bese ke emva kwalowo ke siyeke singavalisisi.
My lord, the case was finalized. The firearm was collected from the lab in a sealed evidence bag. It went back to the SAP-13. I cannot speak for the SAP-13. It might be because they were changing it from SAP-13, or maybe they were doing inspection. If you're doing inspection of a firearm that is in a sealed bag, and the firearm is, the case is finalized, you'll open the bag to confirm that this is the right firearm. So it might be that they opened the bag because they were doing inspection or something. So I cannot speak for them. Why did they open the bag?
Ngikwazi ukukhulumela ukuthi babesivudelana leso sikhwama uma ukuthi ufuna ukuhlola ukuthi sibamiso ngempela yini uyaphoqeleka uma uswazi ukuthi icala seliphelile usungayivula uvulela ukuthi ubone ukuthi isona yini ngempela lesibhaka kodwa ngikwazi ukukhulumela.
Now you can immediately hear yourself speaking. You say maybe you can't speak for themselves. You also don't know what happened. So your answer is just a speculative hypothesis. So.
But the question asked to me is, why did I receive it in the open bag? Why the bag was open? I don't know who opened the bag, and I don't know what the reason why they opened the bag.
Muzi ukuthi yini ngisamkelile isikhwama esivuliwe angazi ukuthi basivulele yena ngikwazi futhi bakhulume.
Thank you. That is the point. You don't know who opened the bag. You don't know why the bag that was sealed at the Forensic Science Laboratory when it arrived at SAP-13 got broken. For what purpose was it broken? What happened after it got broken? How was the firearm handled immediately after the seal was broken? All those things, you don't know them, not so?
Awazi ukuthi ubani wavula lesi sikhwama, awazi ukuthi yini indaba lesi sikhwama SAP-13 sasivulekile, awazi ukuthi kwakuyini inhloso ukuthi sivule lesikhwama, awazi ukuthi lesi sibhamu saphathwa kanjani emva kokuthi sivule lesi sikhwama. Imibuzo ongakwazi ukuba nempendulo yonke.
That's correct, Lord. I don't know how was it open.
Yebo kunjalo angazi ukuthi savula kanjani.
Thank you. And you also don't know in whose hand this firearm landed after the sealed bag thereof was broken.
Futhi awazi ukuthi sagcina sifike ezandleni zikabani lesi sibhamu emva kokuthi isili lena isidabukile.
I don't know.
Angikwazi lo.
Thank you. Now, against this background that you do not know, would you still say that the sanctity of the preservation of this firearm was guaranteed or was preserved?
Usho ukuthi ke manje ke kwakugciniwe yini kungaguquki kwalesi sibhamu emva ukuthi sivuleke leso sikhwama sivule leso sikhwama.
My lord, the case of that firearm was finalized, so there was no need to keep the chain of custody proper if it's in the SAP-13 and is distant for destruction.
Uma ukuthi ke ngoba icala leli lase livaliwe singesekho isidingo sokuthi sigcinwe leso sibhamu ngaphansi kwe-SAP-13 ngalendlela yokuthi sihlale sivalelwe.
That's not my question, sir. My question is on the basis of the fact that you said there are a lot of things that you do not know relating to the handling of this firearm. Why was it broken? When was it broken? For what purpose? In whose hand did it land? Against that background that you do not know, as a forensic expert, a ballistic expert, would you then stand there with a straight face and say the sanctity of the preservation of this firearm was still clear?
Njengoba kubuza umbuzo omningi ukuthi isibhamu sathathwa ubani sasivulelweni isavulwaneni and ngasiphi isizathu njengoba unganazo-ke iy'mpendulo lapho nje umchwepheshe weze-ballistic ungasho ukuthi-ke ukungaguquleki kwesibhamu kwakusagciniwe yini?
I don't know, man.
Cha angikwazi lo.
Thank you. Don't know. Now, thank you, sir. when exhibits are brought to the firearm, no, to the forensic science laboratory, I'm sorry, a firearm, let us narrow our conversation to the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section. When exhibits brought to the ballistic section, somebody bringing it, what is the procedure?
Umbukiso-ke lethwa lapha forensic science laboratory kusetshenzwa kanjani?
My lord, when the exhibits are brought to the lab,
Yes.
it's either by the IO or by the LCRC, they will bring the lab to the exhibits to the lab, seal the evidence back, and they book them at the case reception where they receive the firearm or the exhibits.
Yes.
They book it in the system and they distend it to the specific section where it's going.
Okay.
Kusho ukuthi-ke uma umbukiso ulethwa lapha mhlawumbe uzolethwa umseshi ophenya lelo cala noma lapha LCRC ilethwa ukuthi sezikhwamele ezivalisisiwe, and then-ke uma fikayo lapho-ke kuyabe ziyabhala ukuthi sifikile, uma sezibhaliwe ukuthi sifikile sebezozidlulisa-ke bazise la kule section ezifanele ziye kuyona.
Thank you. Now, upon arrival at the reception section of the laboratory, of the ballistic laboratory, what is it that is being done to acknowledge the receipt of the firearm? For instance, an investigating officer takes in a firearm. What is it that it will be a proof that is submitted a firearm to the forensic science laboratory?
Manje-ke uma sesifikile-ke kuleyo section leso sibhamu lesifanele siye yini-ke yenziwayo uqinisekisa ukuthi siboniwe ukuthi sifikile lapho?
If it's the IO or the LCRC, you will receive it's either a copy or a slip that shows that the firearm has been handed in at the case reception.
Hayi thina-ke sokwenza samukela islip esikhombisayo ukuthi isibhamu leso samukelwe e-case reception.
Would that be the acknowledgement of receipt of the firearm by the forensic science laboratory?
Niyavuma ukuthi nisitholile leso sibhamu.
That's correct. The receipt will be an acknowledgement of receipt of the receipt.
Receipt lelo lizobe likhombisa ukuthi yebo siyavuma ukuthi sisamukele leso sibhamu.
Thank you. Now, you went to Cleveland, fetched the firearm, took it to the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section thereof. Did you follow that procedure as well? Was an acknowledgement of receipt also issued to you when you arrived to the firearm?
Uhambile waye Cleveland wayolanda isibhamu weza naso-ke uma sofika naso isibhamu laphaya kukhona yini okwenziwe ukuthi kwazise ukuthi ngempela ubuye naso lesi sibhamu ulandelile yini indlela okwenziwa ngayo uma kutholakala isibhamu lelo receipt-ke lelo libhaliwe yini?
My lord, it's a different case. It's not brought by an investigating officer. It's not brought by. I went to sign for it so that I can shoot the test. The firearm was already finalized at the lab. So for me to go and fetch it, it should do just a re-examination of the test on the same firearm. So there was no need for me to book it in at the case reception and book it out again.
Bengasadingeki ukuthi lesi sibhamu lesi ngiphinde ngisibukele kuya ngaphandle ngoba icala-ke elihambelana nalesi sibhamu lase seliphethiwe. Mina ngihambe ngayothatha lesi sibhamu ngifuna ukuzodubula bese uma sengiqeda-ke lapho bese ngiyasiphindisela.
And it was not registered as a new case because I was already handling the case.
And futhi-ke asizange sibhaliswe njengecala elisha ngoba bese ngiqhubeka ngenza umsebenzi kulo leli cala.
We have just mentioned, say, that the case specifically for which this firearm was brought to the forensic science laboratory was finalized. It was closed. It was destined for destruction, fortuitously, allegations, allegedly, fortuitously. Then you stumble across something that you wanted to match with the firearm. So the firearm, when it went out of the forensic science laboratory, it was only understanding that the case for which it was initially brought to the forensic science laboratory, it was finalized. So when it had to come for the second time, it had to come as a new exhibit. I'm not so sure whether I was too long. Okay, thank you.
Kodwa uma ke lesi sibhamu lesi silethwa lapha emaphoyiseni sasesiyisibhamu nje esifanele siyositshatshalaliswa ngoba i-case ibisiphelile. Kodwa ke uma sesilethwa lapha e-science laboratory bese silethwa phela ngecala elisaqhubeka. Angazi uma kubheke kahle.
Yes. So why was it then not registered with the administrative section of the Ballistic laboratory?
Manje ngeke singabhaliswanga lapho la kubhaliswa khona e-laboratory.
But when I went to fetch it, the firearm was at the lab. The tests were fired in the firearm, but the tests were not sufficient or for comparison. They were not good enough for the comparison that I wanted. So when I went to fetch it at Cleveland, I went to fetch it under the same case number of Cleveland, and I came back with it still in my custody, not sent by anybody, but still in my custody.
Manje landa lesi sibhamu kwakuyisibhamu esake saba selebhe esasesidujuliwe kodwa ke lezo inhlamvu lezi sasidujile sasingalingene kahle ukuthi singasinika umphumela ongcono. So uma singesilanda ngasilanda ngalo leli cala leli lase-Cleveland elasetshenziswelwe lona. So kungasenaso isidingo sokuthi ngiphinde futhi ngirejiste.
But sir, is it not so that an instrument that gets into the premises of the laboratory needs to account through the administrative section that at this moment in time, these are the type of instruments that are in our possession? Should that not be the case?
Kanti akunjalo yini ukuthi uma kuwukuthi kukhona imibukiso elethwa e-laboratory, i-laboratory ifanele ibe nokuziphendulela ukuthi nazi imibukiso ekhona esiyiphethe lapha e-laboratory, kwazi ukuthi inemibukiso emingaki lapha e-laboratory.
No, my lord. If there was a new case registered under it, then I would expect it to be handed in that process. But there was no new case opened on that case.
Ngoba kunecala elisha elivuliwe elibhekwayo ngaso leso sibhamu, yebo kufanele kwenziwe njalo, kodwa kwakungenacala elisha elalivuliwe ngale ngaso leso sibhamu. So akuzange kube nesidingo sokuthi sibhaliswe.
I will not want to labor this point, sir. I will leave it for arguments. Thank you. But I'm putting it to you that the procedure which you followed as an expert on the acquisition of the firearm from Cleveland into the premises of the Forensic Science Laboratory, the ballistic section thereof, was very irregular.
Ngizokusho nje ukuthi ke njengochwepheshe ukulandwa kwalesi sibhamu silandwa eCleveland siswa e-laboratory, indlela ekwenziwa ngayo akuyona indlela ejwayelekile.
No, my lord, it was not irregular. It was regular because the firearm was there and was only to shoot the test.
Cha kwakuyindlela eyamkelekayo ukuthatha lapho ngoba sasize lapha ukuthi nje kuyofuna ukuthi sithestwe, kwakungenacala elisha.
Thank you. There is another exercise that I wanted us to embark upon, sir. Unfortunately, I need to inquire from the state through the Court of Court, my lord. My lord, I think it's almost 2 weeks. If my memory serves me well, it could be last week Monday, I just can't remember the date well. I requested the state because there was a technician that was working on the uploading of certain photos on the system there. Then I requested the state to assist me, because that would form part of my cross-examination to Lieutenant Colonel, to upload certain photos onto the system. I am not so sure, and I specifically showed them what photos would I have requested to be loaded into the system. So I'm not so sure whether those photos were loaded. And I specifically indicated to them the format in which those photos needs to be loaded into the system. And the technician who was there, he said, no, that is quite possible. And then I left it there. I'm not so sure whether that has been done, because that is going to constitute my next segment of my cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Baloyi?
When we went through the database, we couldn't find those specific photos, but we do have a complete digitized photo album of Colonel Mshasho. I don't know if council wants to use any of those photos. We'll be able to show them on the screen.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you say, Colonel Mtlantra, is it?
I did not get that, Mala.
He's saying the photos which the state has in possession of, they are in digital form. And Colonel Mtlantra,
Yes.
Mashasho,
Yes, Colonel Mshasho.
Mshasho, yeah, is the person who digitalized them.
Yes, we also have digitized photos of the photo album of Colonel Mangena.
Yes, that's what the
Thank you,
response
my
is.
lord. Those are the photos that I actually requested that they should be loaded into the system. I didn't ask that whether they are digitalized photos or what. I specifically requested and directed them to specific photos to be loaded into the system, because that is going to constitute my next segment, the next segment of my cross-examination to this witness. And it was never indicated to me that won't be possible. But from the word of the technician that the state was working with, that was quite possible. It was actually a 5-minute thing, even lesser. I inquired with the state, I think it was on Monday, whether that has been done. I can't remember the answer that I got, my lord.
Can we just have the photos, Malot, so that we can just recheck again the shoot?
Thank you. I can tell them the photo numbers. I can give them the photo numbers. On the photo album of in Exhibit 1-3A, which is the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, being the reconstruction of the scene, I referred them to photo number 12. Yes. Actually, to two photos, 12 and 8. Yes, it was 12 and 8. 12 will do because it seems to be more visible. And then on Lieutenant Colonel, on Warrant Officer Mushasho's photo album, I refer to them to photo number 19. Yes. I refer them to photo number 19.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi. You are able to bring them through your digitalized equipment.
Yes, our laptop is just frozen. Can you just take a 5-minute break? Apparently it's now up and running. As it is the court, my lord,
are identifying some sort of a discrepancy in respect of the photo album that in Exhibit 13, 13A, yes, there's a bit of a discrepancy there. The copy that I have was actually commissioned by Solomon K. Modisane on the 5th of November 2014, while the copy that Advocate Numalo has was commissioned by somebody different on a different date. Now, we don't know, maybe the state can just explain which copy is it that should actually be used.
Yes, Mr. Baloy.
Not the exhibits that we have that council wants to refer to, which is exhibit X13 in brackets A, the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, consists of the photos of the scene as well as photos taken at the mortuary. It was commissioned on the 5th of November 2014 by Lieutenant Colonel Solomon Modisane.
Yes, the state is repeating exactly what I've said, Malot, but that does not seem to assist us, because I'm saying my colleague that is seated next to me here, Advocate Numalo, has his copy commissioned on the 5th of July 2017. Yes. Now, the one that I have is commissioned on the 5th of November 2014. That there's a lot of discrepancies in this affidavit, my lord. So I don't know now if I'm going to proceed on which affidavit must I then proceed on. The one that is in because both of them are from the state. The one that is in possession of my colleague Advocate Numalo, or the one that is in my possession.
My lord, I don't know why we should have this debate. Council is in possession of the affidavit dated 5 November 2014. That's the one that he should proceed on. All council were given the same exhibits, and this is the exhibit that was marked Exhibit 13A. All of them should have the same exhibit, and that is the exhibit that he should proceed on.
The state does not seem to understand the gist of and the imperative of what is happening here, madam. I cannot proceed on a document simply because the state says I must proceed on. This is an affidavit. It's something that was made under oath, madam.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloy says you can proceed on...
But that is the problem. If I proceed on the one that I have...
Which is one? It was commissioned on the one he says you can proceed on is the one commissioned on the 5th of November 2014.
But then the state does not explain that discrepancy, my lord.
What discrepancy?
The discrepancy that mine is commissioned on a different date and the one that is in possession of my colleague here is commissioned on a different date.
And the contents are not the same.
Yes, can you just have the document that Advocate Numalo says is for? Because
it doesn't say. It is a document that says that. It's
Sorry.
not the document.
Mr. Baloy, did you supply that document to Mr. Numalo?
I just want to have a look at it. Yes, it's exactly the same exhibit, my lord. Exactly the same photo. I think what might have happened is perhaps the last page. the affidavit was commissioned could have been attached by a different page, could have been attached, but the content is exactly the same.
So the two documents are similar.
Yes, exactly the same.
My lord, as I said, there were different teams which were investigating this. The
Yeah.
original is the one that was signed on the 5th of November.
November.
That is in the docket. So at one stage, some of the investigating officers came to my office, they were requesting for the docket. I said, it's in the docket. They said, we don't have that docket. Can you just give us another statement and then sign it on this date so that we have it? It might be one of those reports.
So the one which was commissioned on the 5th of July.
On the 5th of
July.
November, 2014.
Sorry, on the 5th of November, fine. And then subsequently, some of the investigating officers came seeking
Looking for the
an affidavit.
affidavit and said they want the affidavit. And I told them that it's in the docket, but they said they can't find the docket because there were different teams which were investigating. It might be because of on that day they came. I could have signed maybe another docket for them to do an investigation.
So you made two affidavits.
Yeah, they say it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, okay, let's proceed, Mr. Manisi. They say those documents are the same. It's the same document, duplicated.
These documents are not the same, my lord. And I'm going to implore the state to come up very openly. These documents are not the same. I'm going to give the state these documents, both of them, so that the state can go through these documents and make up their minds.
I'll give Advocate Numalo my copy. He can my copy so that
That does not how it works, my lord. This is not how it works. We just don't throw things around here. We're working on a base of explanations here. What happened? If it needs to be, then there could be a trial within a trial in respect of these documents. But it does not work like I just give Advocate Numalo my copy so he can work on it. It does not work out like that. Otherwise, that is it's a strict procedure.
Which document did you receive? Which document did you yourself receive?
Who?
You.
I received Exhibit 13A, my lord. Exhibit X 13A,
Which was commissioned on?
which was commissioned on the 5th of November 2014.
Okay. The deponent to this document, which is commissioned on the 5th of October 2014, is who?
It's Captain, I don't see,
Is it?
I can't see, I can't read. Oh, it's Captain Simangel.
Mangena, yeah, fine.
No, it's Captain,
Captain Mangena.
yes.
Is there somebody like that?
It's me, man.
Oh, okay, fine. And then the other document which you say you don't understand why it's there, is it commissioned on the 5th of July 2017?
The state took it, my lord.
Yeah, but is it commissioned on the 5th of July 2017?
Yes. 27. I don't know what the date is,
Change.
my lord. The state is in possession of that document.
Which date was it commissioned on, that document?
it's 5th July 2017.
Yeah, 5th July 2017. And who's the deponent in that document?
The deponent, it's Colonel Mangena, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Yeah, okay.
It consists of exactly 22 pages, just as with the other documents. So as the witnesses just explained, the only difference is the commissioning part, but it's exactly the same.
Okay, yeah, let's go on, Mr. Minister. Say that those two documents are in fact one document.
I did not get that, my lord.
No, I say you can continue.
Oh, okay, no,
They say-
thank you, my lord. If the court is ruling that these documents constitute one document, then I don't know.
Yeah, they say so.
We've checked it page for page, man.
Page for page.
Exactly the
Same
same
document.
document. Except
It just fits in maybe with the explanation the panel has given that a second similar statement was made because the initial one was not traceable at that stage.
That's correct, man.
Yeah, yeah, let's go on because
Thank you, my lord.
it's one document.
Thank you, my lord.
If there are any differences, cross-examine on both documents because here's the witness.
Thank you, my lord.
Right?
May I then be assisted with those photos? Now, what I requested, my lord, is that those photos should be beamed side by side. In other words, they must stand parallel. I don't know if the state will be in a position to do that, but the technician that was assisting them that other day said, no, that is very simple, you could do it.
Can you just get the photo numbers of Santos album? I think it was 8 and 12. It's 8 and 12.
It's 8 and 12.
numbers on the photos?
8 and 12.
It's,
12.
8 and
12. Let's go with 12.
So you only need one photo to be beamed, and that is photo number 12.
Just a second. On Musia's photo album is photo number 19. Mushatu, not Musia, Mushatu's photo album, photo number 19.
So this photo, are you saying it was taken by Warrant Officer Mhlatlo?
Madam, I'm not so sure whether the state is doing what I requested them to do because they're only beaming one photo and then they're keeping quiet. I'm not so sure whether they're still trying to get the other one that I said should also be beamed side or on the side of this.
Is it possible to beam both of those photos?
Maybe if we take the short adjournment at this stage, Monat, let's see if we can get the technician to do that, my lord.
What's the time?
It's 4 minutes to 11. We can resume at 11:15.
Okay. Agenda until quarter past.
photo that is taken out of your photo album that was compiled by yourself, which is contained in Exhibit 1.3, in Exhibit X 13A, and that is photo number 12. Now, that is just a brief identification of those photos. I think you can confirm that the photo that is on the right-hand side, that I say is photo number 12, that was taken from your photo album. You're familiar with that photo, not so?
Uyasazile sisithombe lesi singakwesokudla photo album.
That's correct, my lord. That's the photo that I took.
Thank you.
Yebo ngiyasazi isithombe engasithatha.
Now, let's start here. Now, Advocate Warrant Officer Muhlasho, as she then was, arrives at the scene in 2014, goes through the scene, and took that photo. Then thereafter, you also arrive, you find them at the scene, you allow them to do whatever that they were busy with at the scene, and after they were done, you went on to investigate the scene, and subsequent to the two, you took your own photos. Is that correct?
Uthi uwarrant officer wafika lapha esini wafika wathatha ithombe lesi nawe wafika wabayekela benza konke ababedinga ukwenza basebeqedileyo nawe wangena-ke wase-ke uyasebenza lapha kunjani?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you. Now, Warrant Officer Muhlasho told this court that as a member, she was from the provincial task team, and she was in the LCRC division thereof. But in essence, she told the court that when they arrive at the scene, they don't interfere with the scene, they don't change anything at the scene before they can take photos. In other words, that photo, it's a true depiction of what she found at the scene, amongst others.
Uthi ke warrant officer Muhlasho yena wayephuma ku-provincial task team engaphansi kwe-LCRC yakhona. Uthi ke uma befika bona beyosebenza akukho lutho abelenzayo bengakazithathi iy'thombe benzela ukuthi kugcinwe indlela isimo sasinga ezithombeni akunjani?
Yes, thank you. Now, you also told the court that upon your arrival at the scene, this is what you did.
Ngitshela inkantolo nithe uthi uma ufika endaweni yesigameko nakho owakwenza.
You found Captain Bentley at the scene with his company.
Jole Captain Bentley lapho endaweni yesigameko nethimba lakhe.
They were busy with the scene, and
bematasa khona lapho endaweni yesigameko.
and upon their completion of their business with the scene, you then also got into the scene and you proceeded with your investigations.
Manje uthi masebeqedile-ke ukwenza ababekwenza lapho endaweni yesigameko nawe-ke wabe soke uyangena-ke wase-ke wenza olwakho uphela.
But particularly what you did at the scene is that you took measurements, and also you took measurements of what could have happened at the scene, the points between actually the distance between the points that you were able to identify.
Manje uthi uma ufika-ke nawe-ke wafika wakala washeke uyakala ukuthi ubude-ke bamabanga khona la ngaphakathi kwisini ayingakanani.
And you then took photos of the scene and then you left. Is that what you did?
Masuthatha-ke nesithombe wase uyahamba ikona lokho?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, when Warrant Officer Muhlasho testified, I attempted to do this very same demonstration, she was very adamant that she can only speak about a photo that she took, but that insofar as the photo that you yourself took, she would not say anything. You'd have to come and if there's something that I wanted to clarify, if there's something that I wanted clarity on, then I'll have to ask you. That opportunity is now today.
Njengoba kusamthatha uma ngibuza ngethombe lezi wathi yena cha angaphendula kuphela kule ngethombe yena azithatha wanqaba ukuphendula ngalezi ithombe wena owazithatha manje ke ithuba yilakho namhlanje uthuleni.
Now, and I want us to be very sincere. They say photos don't lie unless they've been manipulated. I've got reason to believe that that's not the case here. These photos have not been manipulated.
You said the last part again?
I'm saying I've got reason to believe that these photos have not been manipulated in any way.
Hayi ngicabanga ukuthi lezi ithombe lezi akekho owenza owaletha uguquko kuzo.
Thank you. Now let us start. Let us try to identify the differences, because that is going to be the exercise between these two photos.
Manje sizama ukubona ukuthi ukhona yini umehluko phakathi kwalezi ithombe ezimbili.
Do you see any difference yourself between these two photos?
Wena ubona yini umehluko phakathi kwalezi ithombe ezimbili?
I mean, as an expert.
Ngisho ukuthi njengoba wena ungumchwepheshe.
My lord, the only difference on these two photos is that the splinters in this one, these splinters here, fell down and then they are not there.
Umehluko ukuthi lapha yale kukhona ucezu lolukhuni lweplange olwaluwile kulesi esinye isithombe.
Thank you. Now, we need to be very specific. For purpose of the record now, you're saying the only difference that you're able to identify is that on the photos that were taken by Warrant Officer Mushlaso, splinters of the wooden door are visible, whilst on the photos that were, on the photo that was taken yourself, the splinters that are visible on Warrant Officer Mushlaso's photo are not visible on yours, not so?
Asizwa ne ukuthi wena uthi kukhona ke lezi nezi zama plangwe lezi esikhona lapha lesi sithombe sathothwa Warrant Officer Mhlahla and lapha kwesakho isithombe azibonakali.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Yebo unjalo.
Thank you. So this is going to be a very short exercise. Now, do you agree that that is the same door?
Uyavuma ukuthi umnyango wodwa lo lapha kulezi ithombe zombili.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
Do you also agree that these photos were taken the same day?
Uyavuma futhi nokuthi lezi ithombe zathathwa ngosuku olulodwa.
My lord, I don't know when was this photo taken, but that photo was taken on the 27th, day after the incident.
Angazi ukuthi lesi sithombe sathathwa nini kodwa lesi sithombe sathathwa ngomhla 27.
Let me quickly assist you. In Exhibit D, Warrant Officer Mushlaso says on the 27th of October 2014 at 8, she arrived at the scene. I mean, at 9:10, she arrived at the scene where the incident took place. That is the scene where you also went to. But in any event, is that not your testimony that you also found her there?
Officer uthi ngomhla 27 wafika endaweni esigameko kodwa manje ke wena uthi uthi wamthola ngizosengathi uthi wamthola khona lapho.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo unjalo.
That is the day on which these two photos were taken.
Kusho ukuthi ke ilanga lapho ezathathwa ngalo lezi ithombe zombili.
Thank you. Now, would you agree with me that the fact that on the photos, or on the photo which is depicted on the screen, which is a photo that was taken by you, that is on the left-hand side. There are no splinters.
Vumelana nami ukuthi azikho ingcezu enkuni zeplangwe.
I mean, on the right-hand side, on the right-hand side.
Singakwesokudla.
I'm sorry.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And would you agree with me that a probable cause or reason why there could not be splinters on the photos that is depicted on the right-hand side, as there are splinters on the photos on the left-hand side, the probable cause thereof would be that somebody might have removed them?
Njengoba zingekho-ke engekho lezi ngcezu zamaplangwe lapha kulesi sithombe sangawesokudla kusho ukuthi khona owasusa akunjalo.
My lord, I cannot exclude that possibility, and I also cannot exclude the possibility that when the door closes, because those splinters are very loose hanging there. If you close the door hard, they will fall also.
Angicangela ukuthi uma uvale isicabha ngamandla lezi ngcezu zamaplangwe zawo.
Thank you. Warrant of, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Colonel, that will be a very strange phenomenon. Look, this incident happened at about between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the previous night. So those printers have been there for the whole night. Warrant Officer Muhlatlo comes and work at the scene. And mind you, people have been going in and out. The scene was interfered with. That's no doubt about it. Warrant Officer Muhlatlo comes and take a photo the following day. That is almost more than 9 hours, if I'm not mistaken. No, not 9 hours. It's almost more than 12 hours. Comes and take photos. Found those splinters there. You come and take photos. Those splinters have suddenly been removed by the fact that the door is closing and been opened.
Lemangazayo ukuthi emva kwamahora ayishumi nambili emva kwesigameko kwafika uwarrant officer Mhlahlo wakwazi ukuthi methatha isithombe athola ukuthi lama splitters asekhona wona musufika lapho ukuthi wavala umnyango ama-splinters awasekho.
Is that really possible?
Into engenzeka yini le?
My lord, I don't deny
Yes.
possibility of a person removing them, and also that cannot be the only possibility. You must also look at the other possibility, as I said, the possibility that when it closes or it bends, those splinters can fall.
Yes.
Angali ukuthi kungaba khona mhlambe ubengabe wasusile lama splinters. Kodwa ke ngithi ungayivaleli ngaphandle ukuthi ungenzeka ukuthi ke futhi uma ukuthi khona uzoshaya umnyanga ushaye kakhulu lama splinters angawo.
Now, as an expert, ballistic expert, did you really check if those splinters were lying down there around the door?
Njengochwepheshe kwe-ballistic wahlola yini phansi ukuthi awile lama splinters awela phansi?
On the crime scene,
We're talking about the crime scene, yes.
did I check them whether they were there?
That's the question.
No, my lord.
As per your suggestion that
No.
they could have fallen to the floor.
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
Zange ngihlole ukuthi lama splinters angabe wile phansi yini.
You know, Lieutenant Colonel, it's gone, it's back. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. The reason why there are no splinters on the photo that you took there, this is basically a confirmation of what this witness that the state is going to call would come and say to this court. And that is what he's going to say. That I was at the scene, that he was at the scene. You also arrived at the scene, did your own investigation. And on that door, you found an exhibit which you did not disclose to this court, to the investigating officer. That can only explain the reason why those things are not there. In other words, you explored that door, which enabled you to find that exhibit.
Owenza ukuthi-ke la ma-speakers angabi bekho ukuthi wathi uma ufika lapha endaweni yesigameko wafika wathola ukuthi kukhona into obufanele uyivezile ongayivezile la enkantolo mayelana nalezi thombe.
My lord, the bullet that hit the door is the same bullet that went through the deceased body. And when it hit the door, it was not damaged by the door. So there won't be any piece of bullet found on that piece of damage on the door.
Usho ukuthi le nkambo eyashaya emnyango yadlula kumufi okusho ukuthi ngeke itholakale leyo ntamvu lapha kuleyo mnyango.
Now, I like it when you say you work on objective evidence. That is also objective evidence. But let me tell you that a state is going to call that witness and is going to confirm what is depicted on that objective evidence.
Hayi njengoba uthona usebenzisa ufakazi ungathathi ihlangothi uzofika ufakazi la enkantolo uzofika aphikise lo ufakazi ukukhona.
My lord, if I removed any bullet fragment or any piece of bullet from this damage here, while Lieutenant Colonel Mhlatlo or Warrant Officer Mhlatlo was examining that or took the picture of it, why is it not visible there? Because there's no sign of any bullet or any bullet fragment there. And if you look at the shape of that damage there and this thing, it's exactly the same.
Amufuka lapha umonakalo lapha kulesi sithombe esinalo la kuyafana bengeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngithathe ngikhiphe inhlamvu lapha uwarrant officer Mhlatlo ekhona.
That is what that witness is going to come and say. And the state is going to call him. And we are going to show him those photos. He's going to confirm, yeah, no, the difference there is simply because on the other photo that was taken by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, why those printers are not there, is because there was an exploration, there was, I don't know how to put it, but they found something, that is what he's going to say.
I don't know which witness is it that my colleague is referring to, and I don't know why is he saying we're going to call that witness and putting that as a fact to, to this witness. If maybe my colleague can let the court in as to who is this witness and why is he saying that the state is going to call him. We've made clear who the remaining witnesses are.
Thank you, Madam.
Normally when you process the crime scene, you
Yes.
don't allow people into the crime scene.
Yes.
I wonder where that witness is coming from. Because when you process the crime scene, it was myself,
Yes.
my two colleagues,
Yes.
and Warrant Officer Mhlatlo, and
Yes.
2 or 3 office members only.
Thank
So
you.
if they said I did that during the examination of that, I don't know when and where was that person when we were doing that.
Thank you.
Angazi akuvunyelwe ukuthi kube nabantu abangenayo uma ukuthi sihlola indawo yesigameko ngoba kwakuyimina owayelapha no-warrant officer Mhlatlo naye sizana naye nabe sizana naye angazi ngoba mina ngizange ngenze lutho lapha angazi ukuthi lo umuntu osho wayezobe ewuphi ngaleso sikhathi uma ngibhizi mina ngisusa leza ncezu zeplani.
That's the reason why when I arrived at the scene, they were busy processing the crime scene. I only came and informed them that I'm here. I didn't even go into the crime scene because I know when they're processing, we are not allowed to get into until they said now the scene is clear, we can go in.
Yes.
La uma ngifika lapha ngafika ngabatshela nje ukuthi ngikhona kodwa ngisangenayo lapha uma besebhizi besenza umsebenzi wabo lapha asibathikamisi baze basitshele bona ukuthi hayi sebeqedile sesingakwazi ukungena.
Thank you. That is your answer. May I quickly respond to the concerns that are raised by the state. That witness, the reason why I'm saying the state is going to call that witness is because his name is appearing twice in the list of state witnesses, which emphasizes the fact that they are going to call him. His name does not only appear once, it appears twice.
Yes.
You can go and decipher who that witness is.
ngiyazi ukuthi uzobizwa lo fakazi le ngikhuluma ngaye ngoba igama lakhe livezile kabili and lokho kuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi uzobizwa ngempela.
Thank you, sir. That is what I wanted to bring to your attention in respect of this exercise. But before I conclude in this one, it will be a sad day that indeed the witness will come and tell this court that a Lieutenant Colonel of the Ballistic Science Laboratory of South Africa found an exhibit, and up until now we don't know what happened to that exhibit.
I'll be happy to see that witness.
Thank you.
Ngizothokoza ukuzobona lo fakazi lona ukuthiwa uzofika azothi uLieutenant wakwa-Ballistic wafika wathola umbukiso lapha wawukhipha awususa kodwa wangawuveza enkantolo.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Now, I've got instructions here from Mr. Mncube to hand over this document and have a very brief discussion with you on the content of this document. I'm going to request the court orderly. Okay, thank you, sir. He's there. It's one for the court. Thank you. I think the state does have this document because these are all the documents that we got from the state. You can just show them what document am I referring them to. Just show the state. Just show the state. Yeah, there. I'm referring to that document. Thank you. As it pleases the court, my lord, subsequent to this, I'm going to request that this document be admitted in as an exhibit, my lord. I've just lost the count of the number of documentary exhibits that, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. But nonetheless, Lieutenant Colonel, these are my instructions from Mr. Mncube. That number one, from the streets. Now, this is a document that comes from the South African Police Services. Very briefly, it was a document that was prepared by Major Bayat and Detective Constable Dlamini in 28 February 2015. It's a document that it's a memorandum that they actually directed to the Forensic Science Laboratory, a unit that you're working for, that's the ballistic section. And it's addressed to Captain Makula, which says is a request for IBIS comparison. Never mind the spelling mistake. It's a request for IBIS comparison. But my instructions from Mr. Mncube are as follows. Is that subsequent to the alleged discovery of the firearm, or let me put it this way, subsequent to the discovery of the firearm allegedly in his possession, then there was a request that was done by Major Bayat and Detective Constable Dlamini that they should go, a request that was directed to the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, that they should trace, I'm avoiding to use the word check, but that they should check whether the firearm is in no way linked in the cases that are annotated in this document. I hope you follow.
I follow, my lord.
Thank you.
Mthwake lesicelo leli phepha leli linesicelo imemorandum yesicelo sasuvela ku-Major Bayati noDlamini esathunyelwa ku-Captain Mkula wase-Forensic Laboratory becela ukuthi akwenziwe uqhathaniso ngaphansi komshini lo we-EBIS. Emva kwaloko-ke kwase isicelo lesasicela ukuthi akuhlole ukuthi kungenzeka yini ukuthi lesi sibhamu lesi siyabandakanyeka yini kula macala.
I won't go through the list of all these cases, but imperatively, Foslorus case 63610 of 2014 is also mentioned among those cases.
Ngeke ngwafunda wonke la macala kodwa ke icala leli la Foslorus which number is it?
636. Foslorus case 636 of 10 of
Number
2014.
636 ka-10 ka-2014 wasefosalas naye ufakiwe kuloluhlu lwamacala abhaliwe la.
So, in other words, they were already aware of the incident of Foslorus case 636 is the case that we're busy with here. So, in other words, the police there at I think that is at Cleveland, they were already aware of this incident. So they also included it for a possible determination on whether the firearm that was allegedly found in possession of Mr. Mnube could have been in one of the many ways also involved in the commission of the offense of Foslorus case 63610 of 2014.
Ushuthi ukuthi leli cala ukuze livele lapha kulamacala la abhaliwe lapha usho ukuthi basesebazi ukuthi kukhona leli cala leli okusho ukuthi bagcina belifakile ukuthi kuhlole ukuthi na lo kuzohlola lapha kuyabandakanyeka yini kuleli cala leli nalo elifakiwe.
Thank you. Now, what he instructs me is the following. Number one, that the investigating officers of this case, inter alia, that is amongst others, Warrant Officer Masondo, verbatimly informed him that as per the investigation of this case, they told him, that is now Masondo and company, the investigating officers of this case, that the firearm that was found in his possession, allegedly in his possession, was excluded as a firearm that was involved in the commission of this case in Foslorus case 63610 of 2014.
That's a good place, but we object to that question. It's stated as a fact that Masondo and Dlamini told accused number 3 that this firearm was excluded. We submit, my lord, that it is unfair to put this question to the witness without laying any basis, showing any documents, and just putting that general proposition to the witness, my lord.
As it pleases the court, my lord, may I quickly respond? These are instructions. They don't come from me. Do you understand? So I cannot simply decide not to convey the instructions that are from my client to a witness, my lord. Remember, this case is not it's not about me, it's about him. And I find no offense, my lord, in putting this version to this witness, because that is what, if circumstances permit, if circumstances were to warrant, he will come and tell this court. I'm not so sure whether, my lord, I should continue putting his version to this witness, or should I then discontinue.
You are counsel. You must
Yes.
decide what you want to do.
As it pleases the court, madam, I'm going to decide to proceed to put the version.
And just before you put furthermore, this witness is testified, and it's not our recollection that this version was put
Which
to
witness
those
are you talking about, Mr. Zoi?
Damini and Masondo.
Yeah, both of them testified.
Yes,
And this assertion was never put to both of them.
That is our recollection.
Because they alleged that they were with the informer in Cleveland on that street when they saw this gentleman accompanied by his girlfriend
But yes,
in a car. They followed, and then the gentleman, in this case, got into the house.
yes, indeed,
And then they arrested him, searched him, gave them permission and found a firearm there.
yes, there is
And
extent
when they
of that
testified here,
evidence. Yes,
they never said anything about what is here today. Fine, it's okay.
Indeed.
Yes, sir.
As it pleases the court, my lord, R versus Hepworth.
No, I said you can proceed.
Thank
I'm
you,
not
my
stopping
lord.
you.
Yes. It really does not mean, my lord, that if this version was never put to those two witnesses, it cannot be put now. If circumstances were to arise, we are going to make an application and request the court to recall them. And if the court were not to be amenable in recalling them in terms of section 186, we are going to call them as our witnesses.
Yeah, you can call
We
that witness.
got
No
that
problem.
very open door policy.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, madam.
Okay.
That was just number one. And number two, they also told him that because they also investigated his cell phone, they also found that his cell phone was not near the scene at the time at which it is alleged that this offense was committed.
Baphinde bamtshela nokuthi ke i-cellphone yakhe yayingekho eduze kwendawo yesigameko ngoba bayibheka ne-cellphone yakhe. Oqala bathi lesi sibhamu lesi satholakala asithintekile licala.
I'm requesting an indulgence, madam, just to remind me one thing. I think there's something that I'm skipping that Mr. Mngwe told me. May I take instructions?
Yeah. You can take instructions.
Oh, thank you, madam. Thank you.
I can't stop you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. Further on, Lieutenant Colonel, Mr. Mngwe is reminding me that there was a list of cases. I think that is when you were cross-examined by my colleague, Mr. Ngomezulu Mplahal, of accused number 1, where you read into record a list of cases that were investigated in relation to the firearm that was allegedly found in his possession. I think that list was also handed in as an exhibit. I can't just remember that exhibit, but what I can remember is that at the very first bottom, at the very first top of that list. Thank you. At the very, on page 1, I think that is the affidavit that comprises of 27 pages. That was prepared by Yashni Berlinda Paul. you were requested to read into record the list of those cases that were investigated to find out if possibly the firearm allegedly found in his possession could also not be involved in those list of cases. But what I've noted is that you started by reading that the second case, which is the Sasolburg case, you omitted Foslor's case 636. I'm not so sure whether that was done purposefully or it was a mistake, but nonetheless, my instructions from him are that where are those results of this case, of these cases that you read into record, and whether or not his firearm was also found to have been involved in the list of these cases that you read into record, including that case 63610 of 2014, as per the affidavit of Yashni Belinda Paul.
Afuna ukwazi ukuthi lokhu uhlulala macala la owafundile ngesikhathi ke uzwa umbuzo umele ngomezulu uthi ke ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ke sasibandakanyeka yini lesi sibhamu kulawo lamacala.
Well, I'll start with the Yashni. There was a list of cases that I have read. I said the bullet in this case, there was a request to compare the bullet in this case, the first Loras case, with those cases starting with the Sasolburg case and the Ivanda and Yashni Paul did the comparison. The copy that we have is the report from Yashni Paul,
Yes.
where she did the comparison. So it was not to be done by myself, it was done by Yashni Paul.
Oh, okay.
Senza lo msebenzi kwakuYashni Paul ngoba kulunyana namacala lawa awasesasol nawase-Evanda, so akubona into umsebenzi owenziwa yimina, umuntu owenza lo msebenzi kwakuYashni Paul.
Thank you.
And secondly, on the request, if you look at the request, it's sent to IBIS for comparison.
Yes.
Mungabheka ke nesicelo sithunyelwe ku-IBIS ukuthi kuyoqanzwa umsebenzi wokuqhathanisa.
Yes.
The cases are mentioned there to be compared to the file.
Macala ke abhaliwe lapha afanele kuyoqhathaniswa ke kulesi sibhamu lesi.
And first Loras 363 of 10, 2014 is also in the list.
Nje ku-Foslorus 636 of 2014 nalo likhona la.
Thank you, sir.
Malot, I have explained how IBIS work, as I said. With IBIS system, the Integrated Ballistics Identification System, if it's pistols, we acquire only cartridge cases on the system. We don't acquire the bullets. So in this case, first Loras 636 of 10, there are no cartridge cases, it's only a bullet.
Okay.
So when they did a comparison, they compared the firearm with the cases where they were cartridge cases. There was no link between this firearm, and that's how they based this link, because there was no cartridge case and there was only bullet. And with this firearm, there was no bullet acquired on the system.
Thank you, sir.
Jike lokho kulana bese ngichazile ukuthi i-IBIS isebenza kanjani. Ukuthi ke uma kusetshenzwa ke ngama-pistol ukuthi ibhamu lezi ezingawahlanzi amagobolondo ezibhamu kusetshenziswa ibullet kuphela, yiyona ke into eyenza ukuthi kugcineke bekwazile ukuthi basigeje bangasiboni lesi sibhamu.
Thank you, sir. Now, finally, this is what Mr. Mngube will come and tell this court, if needs be. He would say, he was never involved in the commission of this offense.
Umzinakathi uzofika athi lana yena akazange nje athinteke kulamacala.
My Lord, I have linked the bullet that was recovered at the crime scene with the firearm.
Mina ke ngikwazile ukukhombisa ukuxhumana kwale zinhlamvu ezatholakala endaweni yesigameko nesibhamu.
He will also say, he never was in possession of this firearm on this date.
Uzophinda futhi athi ngalezo nsuku isibhamu lesi kwangesona sakhe.
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho.
He will further say that as per the state's allegation, on this day on which this offense was committed, he was never near the scene with Mr. Sibiya, Mr. Ntanzi, Mr. Mapisa, Mr. Ntuli as well, at the scene.
Manje uzophika yena ukuthi wayekhona eduze noma kule ndawo lesigameko ngalelo langa kanye noSibiya noNtanzi noMapisa noNtuli.
No comment, my lord.
Anginakuphawula engakuletha.
Sorry, how do you phrase the assertion, Mr. Nisi? How did you phrase it?
I'm saying at the scene.
Yeah, you're fine. He will say he was never at the scene with some other people.
Let me repeat it, madam.
Yes, the way you said it. Because you mentioned the names of Tanzi, Mapisa, Sibiya.
Yes, those are
Ntuli.
accused before court, madam.
Yeah, I just want to clear my mind that you are saying that.
Yes,
He will say,
if needs be.
yeah, fine, if needs be, he will
Yes,
say.
he will come and say he was never ever at the scene as it is alleged by the state in their indictment with Mr. Sibiya, Mr. Ntanzi, Mr. Mapisa, and Mr. Ntuli.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, madam. You said you don't have a comment.
No comment, my lord.
Good, yes.
Yebo anginakuphawula kulokho.
Finally, he will say that he will stick to his version that is supported in terms of the cell phone investigations that were presented by the state as per the testimony of Mrs. Vitilingam.
Alizoqhubeka ke athi yena ke usekelwa uhlaziyo olwenziwa emafonini olwenziwa uMiss Vitilingam ukuthi wayengekho endaweni yesigameko.
No comment.
Angiphawuli lutho.
Thank you, sir. My lord, may I quickly approach Mr. Ngube to find out if there's anything
Yeah,
that I've
no
left
problem,
out?
no problem.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. Sir, thank you very much. I've got no further questions for you. And thank you for the assistance. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Romano?
Just a second, my lord. I think there's something that Mr. Gomez would want to bring to my attention. As it please the court, my lord. Maybe just before we wrap, a bit of an extension. Further on, accused number, not accused, Mr. Ngube would further tell this court that on the date of the occasioning of the incident, he never knew accused number 1 and accused number 2. He only started to know them when they were brought to court at, is it Boxback at Springs, in Boxback, yes.
So lesithathu ukuthi ayengabazi umsola uqala nowesibili ngaphambilini waqala ukubazi sebeya enkantolo sebehomaqala enkantolo yaseBoxback eSprings.
No comment on that, my lord.
Akukho engaphawula ngalokho.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
Have a bright future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
As it pleases the court, my lord, there's a document that I said I'm going to request that to be handed in as an exhibit. I'm informed, my lord, that we can hand it in as exhibit triple L4.
Triple L.
L4, my lord, yes.
Okay,
I think it's in bracket 4.
it's so marked.
Thank you very much, my lord. Thank you, please.
Suppose you will show one. Thank you, my lord. May I proceed? Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, before you handled this case, that is in 2014, did you know our ballistic expert, Mr. Dave Peters?
Ongakasezinga licala 2014 wawumazi yini ochwepheshe odokotela abameli we-ballistic?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo,
How did you know him?
wawumazi kanjani?
We were working together, my lord.
Sasebenza naye.
He found me working at the lab.
Wayangithola ngisebenza le.
When was that?
Kunini?
In which year was that?
I can't recall which
Ngimuphi
year.
unyawo? Wathi angisawukhumbuli unyawo.
So I started working at Ballistic in 1995 and then he came after. I don't know which year. I
Mina
can't
ngaqala
recall which
ukusebenza
year.
ngo-1995 weza kamuva ngazi ukuthi weza ngamuphi unyawo.
Is it also correct, Colonel, that you refer this court to some cases that you did outside the borders of the Republic? For instance, the one in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Sorry, you are a bit
Is it correct that there are cases that you referred to? One of them is the one that you did in DRC. In DRC,
usho ukuthi ngizwe ukuthi kuthiwa khona amacala owake wawenza ngaphandle kwemingcele yomzansi. Iqiniso yini ukuthi khona icala owalenza endaweni yase-Democratic Republic of Congo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo, kunjani?
and that involved the reconstruction of a case involving the Minister of Transport in that country. And your conclusion was that the wounds were self-inflicted. Is that correct?
Ukuthi lapho kwakukhona-ke omunye wama-minister lapha kuleyo kwakuthiwa niyozama ukuthi niveze isithombe sokuthi ngabe kwenzeke ini lapho. And isiphetho salapho ukuthi nathathi isinqumo sokuthi-ke la elimele khona wayezilimazile yena uqobo.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo, kunjani?
Is it further correct that you told this court that you did that case last year, that is in 2023, around July 2023 or the beginning of August 2023? Do you confirm that?
Iqiniso ukuthi leli cala linasenza la ngasemaphethelweni kaJuly nasekuqaleni ka-August 2023.
Now, I can't recall the days, but yes, it's last year.
Angisakhumbuli iy'nsuku kodwa-ke yiwona lo nyaka udlule.
Lieutenant Colonel, were you the only expert from the Republic of South Africa who went there to do the examination, or there were other experts from the
Wona
Republic?
wedwa yini uchwepheshe ophuma la kwelasemzansi owaya le-DRC noma akhona yini abanye ochwepheshe ohambisane nabo?
My lord, from the ballistics, I was alone.
Ophuma kwa-ballistic kwakuyimina kuphela.
Do you know if there were any other independent experts who were from the Republic of South Africa?
Uyawazi yini ukuthi bakhona yini abanye ochwepheshe abazimele ababephuma kwelasemzansi?
My lord, I know that Mr. Peters, Dave Peters, went there after I compiled the report.
yazi ukuthi uDave Peter sewaya lapho mase ngiqedile-ke ukubhala umbiko wami.
When did you compile your report? Finalize your report?
Waqeda nini-ke ukubhala umbiko wakho?
I compiled the report while I was still in DRC.
Hayi, bhala lo mbiko ngisekhona lapha e-DRC.
I'm informed by Mr. Dave Peterson that you are correct. He did attend to that scene in DRC. It was in November 2023, last year.
Ngitshela uDave ukuthi wakuleya ndawo November 2023.
And he came to the same conclusion as you are.
And futhi ke naye wathi mase saziya lapho uthola ukuthi cha umbiko wakhe ke ngalo lolu hlaziyo ofana nowakho.
Yes, my lord, I know that he went to the DRC after I compiled the report there, and he went there just to do a verification or compare it to do a verification on my report, and he came to the same conclusion as I did.
Ja uthi ngempela uyazi ukuthi wathi mase wenza ucwaningo ngiyobheka ukuthi awenze isiqiniseko ngalo msebenzi owenziwa yimina naye wafikela kulesi sinqumo engafinyelela kusona.
Sorry, my lord, may I request just an indulgence to approach Mr. Peterson? Thank you. I'm instructed by the expert, Mr. Dave Peterson, that he did not work on your report at all. He received the case and worked on the case and came to his own conclusion.
Uthi yena akazange afunde owakho umbiko, uthi yena naye wafika wazenzela olwakho ucwaningo lapha and then wasesibhalela ke owakhe umbiko.
Well, I was informed that they needed a private, I'll say, they needed another expert to come and do the reconstruction also and look at my report and see if we can reach the same conclusions.
Angeze ukuthi kwathiwa kwadingeka ukuthi kube nomunye uchwepheshe awuzimele owezofike lapha ayobuka naye ukuthi kwakwenzekeni lapha and ngizwa ukuthi nje kwagcina naye esethola ukuthi uvumelana nalokho engakuthola.
No, it is fine. Lieutenant Kennedy is going to come and tell this court about the developments in that country, whether he worked on your findings or he exclusively worked on his own examination. Thank you.
Uzofika ke azochaza yena ngokwakho ukuthi usekuleli zizwe wasebenza ngombiko wakho noma wazenzela wakhe umbiko.
But finally, to rest this, he says that he never saw your report.
Uthi yena akakaze ubone umbiko wakho.
But I know that my report was there with them. And
Yeah.
when he was called as an independent expert, he went there because my report was also there, just to confirm if my findings are the same. So
Yeah,
the
so-
possibility of him seeing that report cannot be excluded.
Yazi ukuthi wawubona umbiko wami wawukhona lapho, yazi ukuthi waya lapha wafika uthola umbiko wami ukhona ngoba babethe bafuna uchwepheshe ozimele ukuthi naye ayobuka la.
You also told this court, Lieutenant Colonel, that you worked on the Marikana case.
Marikana case?
Yes.
No,
You did not.
I did not work on Marikana case.
Ngizwa ukuthi wathi ukuthi wena wasebenza ngaleli cala laseMarikana yaphika ukuthi cha ngizange ngisebenze ngaleli cala laseMarikana.
Lieutenant Colonel, let us move to Exhibit C of the report, which is the photo album which was compiled by Constable Musia. May I request with the leave of the court that the exhibit, that is Exhibit C of the record, be deemed for purposes of my cross-examination.
Can I please ask that you raise your voice? I quite find you completely inaudible.
I'll try.
I do agree that
Yeah,
there is
the
a
aircon,
challenge,
yes, I'll
but
try.
it would help.
Yeah.
As the court pleases.
Thank you, my Lord. I see that the exhibit, that is Exhibit C, has been deemed for purposes of my cross-examination. If we can go to photo 5 of Exhibit C.
Esithombeni sesihlanu sika-Exhibit C.
Can you try photo 6? When you arrived, Lieutenant Colonel, at the scene on the 27th of October 2014, did you see the bullet jacket at the scene?
Umufika lapha ngomhla 27 October 2014. Wayibona yini leli? Did you say
Jacket,
black jacket?
bullet jacket.
Or wayibona yini le gobolondo le nhlamvu lapha endaweni yesigameko?
My Lord, as I said, when I arrived at the scene, crime scene management were busy processing the crime scene, and then they removed the exhibit. I didn't see the two.
Ayizange ngibone le nhlamvu ngoba ngasho ukuthi uma ngifika lapha ngathola ukuthi khona abanye abasenza lapha endaweni yesigameko. So bakuthatha bonke okwatholakala lapha.
Is it also correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that you took photos, your photos of the crime scene and measurements at the scene on the 27th of October 2014?
Iqiniso yini ukuthi ngomhla 27 October 2014 nawe wafika wathatha waqala lapha ke wasethatha nezakhe iy'thombe?
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
If you can remember, we'll be now be using Exhibit X13A of the record. Where is it? X13A. Photo number 9 and 10 of Exhibit X13A, which is your photo album, or your affidavit, I'm sorry. If you can remember, Lieutenant Colonel, the bullet which was fired 90 degrees on the floor tile, can you remember how far was it from the cupboards which are depicted on Exhibit C of Constable Mosia?
On the photo.
Yes,
How far was it?
yes, how far was it?
It was close to those cabinets.
Lesi inhlamvu lesha lapha kulesi sithombe ekudeka ngayenani namakhabethe. Wathi ayeyiseduze nalamakhabela.
Is it correct that you did not take any measurements?
Qiniso yini ukuthi awuzange ukale?
Any measurement from
Yes,
the cabinet?
from the bullet hole to the cabinets, which are depicted on Exhibit C of Mosia.
Iqiniso yini ukuthi awuzange ukale kusuka lapha ishaya khona intambo nekhabela?
I took the measurements from the door to that point. Where it is.
Ngathatha ke ngaqala ukusuka lapha eminyango kuyofika ekhabetheni.
So the measurements from the point to the cupboards, you did not take any measurements?
From the point?
Yes, at the
No,
floor
I didn't
time.
take measurements.
Cha ngizange ngikale la.
From the physical evidence, Lieutenant Colonel, that you found at the scene, were you able to tell if at the time when the person was firing a shot, which hand did he use to fire the shot, or you couldn't?
Wawazi yini ukuthi mhlambe sazi ukuthi lo wayedubula ngalesi sikhathi edubula lapho wayengabe esebenzisa siphi isandla mhlambe?
My lord, I couldn't because I don't know which direction was the person facing.
Angeke ngikwazi lokho ngoba ngangingazi ukuthi wayebheke iphi lo muntu ngaleso sikhathi.
I will take you Lieutenant Colonel to the evidence of the 18th of July 2023 at page 52, which is the evidence of Zandile Lorraine Kuman. She testified on the 18th of July 2023. The passage that I want to refer you is at line 13 of the record of the proceedings of the 18th of July 2023. It's at page 52. Before I go there, Lieutenant Colonel, is it correct that you told this court that you look at the shape of the bullet marking damage on the tile? It was a circular shape and the shot was fired at 90 degrees straight down. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Sakhumbula ukuthi lethu kufazi ukuthi uthe uma ubheka wabona ukuthi ke ekhashaza la ekhasha khona inhlamvu kwakuyindingilezi waseke uthatha isinqumo sokuthi ke inhlamvu yangena lapho kuukuthi iqonde ngqo phansi wathi
Is it further correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that you testified that if someone was close to that area, they could have been hit by the bullet fragments?
Kuyiqiniso elifuthi ukuthi uthe uma kukhona owayeseduze lapho wayeyoshaywa yinezu zenhlamvu.
Yes, my lord, I said the possibility of a person who was close within that vicinity could have been hit by the fragments from the impact of that bullet.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi kwakungenzeka ukuthi uma kukhona owayeseduze wayeyoshaywa yilezo zenhlamvu.
Are you able to tell this court, Lieutenant Colonel, how far would be that person when the fragments hit him after the shot is fired 90 degrees?
Kungakwazi ukuthi uchaze yini ukuthi umuntu wayefanele abe seduze noma kude kangakanani ukuthi akwazi ukufinyelelwa yilezo ngcezi zenhlamvu.
My lord, I do not know where the person was when he fired the shot. I do not know which direction was he facing. So I cannot place him on the scene to say that he was standing here or he was standing this close to the fire.
Angazi ukuthi wayebheke phela, angazi ukuthi wayeseduze kangakanani ngisho uma edlula lesi sikhathi. So angikwazi nje ukuthi ngisho ukuthi wayengaphinde kangakanani.
But you confirm from the physical evidence that that person who fired the shot at 90 degrees down will be in the vicinity of the damage on the tile?
Uthe lo muntu lo odubule inhlamvu yaqonda ngqo phansi wayebe seduze nalo monakalo kuma-tiles.
Yes, because I'm looking at the damage on the tile.
Yes.
It's in a circular shape. If it's in a circular shape, It shows how the bullet, it's like when you drop anything from, just drop it at 90 degrees, it falls direct. It's unlike when you push it to the side, it creates an oval shape impact. So this one is a round shape. It shows that it's at an angle of approximately 90 degrees. So I cannot say because it's 90 degrees, the person was very close or could have been fired in this position, but I cannot tell which direction or how far was this person who fired the shot.
Ngakazi ukubona ukuthi ngoba lapha kuyabokhombisa ukuthi la yasha khona inhlamvu kuyindingilezi ekhombisa ukuthi inhlamvu lena yayiphuma phezulu iqondene ngaphansi ukuba yayiphuma eceleni eyokhipha ke mhlambe ke kubonakale kuyile ilento engathiwa i-oval yesilungu okusho ukuthi indingilizi engalingene kusho into engathi inwebekile okhombisayo ukuthi inhlamvu leyo eyobe iphuma ngaseceleni kodwa ke angikwazi ukusho ukuthi le nhlamvu lena wayidubula eme kanjani ngoba engabelulile isandla wadubula phansi noma avela aqondise la eceleni kwakhe adubule kusho ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi ngiyazi ukuthi wayekuphi.
So you are not in a position to tell this court how far will be the person who is injured will be in relation to the person who is firing a shot at 90 degrees.
So
is that what you are saying?
Angeke kwazi ukuletha uncazelo ukuthi lo muntu lona wayefanele alimele manje wayekude kangakanani nalo wayedubula isibhamu lesisika 90 degrees.
Another said whoever was within the vicinity of this bullet impact was closer to that, could have been hit by the fragments. So I cannot tell exactly how far would this person be.
Ngithe mina yotholakala eseduze naleyo nhlamvu eshaya lapha phansi uyena kwaye oyolimala kodwa ngishonga ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi lo muntu lo wadubula ekude kangakanani.
By vicinity, what do you mean? A person who is in the vicinity. What do you mean by that?
Manje uchaza ukuthini ke uma usenzela leli gama elithi vicinity elisho ukuthi eduze.
Closer to that area of the bullet impact.
Angisho ukuthi ebeseduze nalapho ke inhlamvu yashaya khona.
Could that person be a meter away?
Kuyenzeka yena ukuthi lo muntu abe ibanga lemitha kusuka kuleyo ndawo.
Meaning the person who shot the firearm,
the person who is who got injured as a result of the shot being fired.
Ngisho lo muntu oyengalinyazwa ke incezu zenhlamvu.
I cannot tell whether a meter or more than that, but within that vicinity. As long as you're within that vicinity, it can be a meter, it can be less than a meter, but within that vicinity.
Right.
But I can't tell exactly how far it could be.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuthi efanele bekude kangakanani mhlambe ke asithi imitha noma ngaphansi kwemitha la kodwa angeke ngikwazi ukusho ngiletha nesiqiniseko sokuthi wayobe kude kangakanani.
Lieutenant Colonel, for purposes of my cross-examination, I'm then going to read the passage at page 52 of the proceedings of the 18th of July 2023, where it reads as follows, and I quote, Ms. Kumalo, when I heard that hitting the floor, it is so happened that Tumelo also heard it, so that we heard the same thing. I ran into the bedroom and he ran into the bedroom.
Uyakhuluma ke la umuntu uthi ke ngathi uma ngizwa kushaya lapha phansi kwenza ukuthi uTumela naye wezwa kusho ukuthi ke sezwa into eyodwa ngabalekela ebathroom and naye wabalekela ebedroom.
But I think it was relevant that I start at the top part of the record, at line 6 for the background history of my cross-examination. It reads as follows. Ms. Kumalo, when the firearm went off, I then heard something hitting the floor. and then a spark went off, and then it hit me on my foot, close quotation.
That part is not on the screen.
When the firearm went off, it is line number 6.
Miss Kumalo, uma sikhuluma isibhamu ngase ngizwa okuthize kushaya lapha phansi ngase ngibona inhlansi isuka nenhlansi ngase ngishaya ke onyaweni.
So we now know, Lieutenant Colonel, that as a result of that shot which was fired 90 degrees on the floor, Miss Kumalo, Zandile Kumalo, got injured as she stayed in that passage.
Siyazi ke ukuthi emva kokuthi le nhlamvu ishaye lapha phansi le nhlamvu eqonde ngophansi Miss Kumalo yamlimaza.
That is the passage of the record of the 18th of July 2023. But the question that I want to pose to you, Lieutenant Colonel, is that looking at the physical evidence that you found on the scene, vis-a-vis what this witness is saying in her evidence on the 18th of July 2023, what were the possibilities of this witness be in the position to identify the person who was firing a shot?
Manje ngalokufakazi okubekile malana nale nhlamvu naloko esikuzwile ngoMiss Kumalo ngalela lawo kwakungenzeka yini ukuthi uMiss Kumalo akwazi ukuthi abembonile lo muntu owadubula lapha phansi.
My lord, that statement places her within the vicinity when the shot was fired, but of identifying the person, I cannot comment on that.
Athi hayi ke le lokho kwenzeka kuyena kumbeka lapha eduze kwa lenhlamvu le eyashaya lapha phansi ukuthi ke yena wayekwazi ukumbona yini wayedubula akukho engakuphawula ngalokho.
As we were part of the investigations, some of the investigations of this case, do you know if any identification parade was done?
Uyazi yini ukuthi kwenziwe ikhomba khomba?
I heard, my lord, I heard there was parade, identification parade done, but I don't know anything about it.
Yes, ukuthi kwakhona ikhomba khomba yayikhona kodwa angazi lutho ngayo.
Mr. Colonel, is it correct that part of the in-service training that you have received from the Forensic Science Laboratory is with regards to the identification of firearms?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi okuyeke nafundiswa kona ngesikhathi niqeqesha lo msebenzi wenu kwawukuthi nikwazi ukwazi nokwahlukanisa izibhamu?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Did you receive any training on IBIS tests?
Na ufundiswa yini ke ngokusebenzisa i-IBIS?
On IBCS, I received training on IBC.
Yebo ngafundela ukusebenzisa i-IBIS.
Is it also correct that you received training on terminal forensic ballistics? That is the wound or wounding effect that the bullet has on the tissue, that is wound ballistics. The effect that the bullet has on the target and the effect that the target has on the bullet.
Nafundiswa yini futhi nokuthi isibhamu ithinta kanjani indawo lapho esishaya khona nokuthi indawo la ishaya khona inhlamvu la leyo ndawo leyo igcina ishiye okunjani lapho kuleyo nhlamvu.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo sakufunda nalokho.
Is it also correct that part of the training that you received was that during November 2010, you attended a course presented by Ross M. Gardner and Bevel Gardner, an associate from the United States of America, which comprised of the following: that stain pattern analysis level 1, that stain pattern analysis level 2, and crime scene reconstruction level 1.
Nawafundela izinto ezafundiswa abasemali eMelika kufane khona nokuthi babheke ukuthi igazi uma lichitheka noma lihlolwa kanjani nokuthi ke indawo nakwenza isigameko uma uzama ukubuyisa ukuthi ngabe kwenzekeni lapho kusho ukuthi ke banifundisa yini lokho kwe level 1.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo sakufundela.
With regards to firearm identification, Lieutenant Colonel, I will take you to the exhibit that is Exhibit 13D, which is an affidavit compiled by Warrant Officer Roloffs. At paragraph 3 of Exhibit X13D, that is an affidavit which was compiled by Warrant Officer Roloffs. At paragraph 3, he says the following, and I quote, "On the 13th of February 2015, during the performance of my official duties, I received a sealed evidence bag with number FSE 385083 from the case administration of the ballistic section containing the following exhibits. 3.1, 19mm parabellum caliber CZ model 75 semi-automatic pistol with serial number obliterated and marked it 34369/15 and 1 magazine."
Uthi yena ngomhlaka usho ukuthi lana sifunda ke i-affidavit eyayibhalwa uRoloffs. Uthi yena ngomhla 13 February 2015 ngisemsebenzini ngamukela isikhwama esivaliwe inamba yasuku FSC 385083 evela ku-case administration of the ballistics section eyayinalokhu ngaphakathi eyayinalezi lembukiso usho ukuthi isibhamu esisodwa sohlobo lwe-parabellum esiyi-CZ 75 esiwu-semi-automatic kusho ukuthi sinokuzishintsha futhi-ke isiliya number yaso usho ukuthi inamba lesibhamu yona yayisusiwe and ngase-ke ngiyibhala nginika inamba yokuthi 34369 stroke 15 and kwakunemagazini eyodwa ngalapho ngaphakathi.
In your affidavit, which is Exhibit X13C, paragraph 7 of your affidavit, you state the following. "On Monday, the 20th of July 2020, I received an open seal bag with number PA4000 810885 marked inter alia Cleveland, Mass 96 6/2/15 and SAP 1386/15 containing the following. 7.1, 19mm parabellum caliber CZ model 75 singly and double action semi-automatic pistol with serial number obliterated marked 34369/15 on the trigger guard and 1 magazine."
Uthe kwakho-ke umbiko kuthiwa mhla 20 kuJulayi kuwumsombuluko ngathula isibhamu esivuliwe esesinenamba PA 400-008-10885 esasimakwe ukuthi kokunye simakwe ukuthi Cleveland MAS 96/202/15 and futhi-ke nokuthi SAP 1386 of 2015 eyayinalokhu ukuthi isibhamu sohlobo le-parabellum caliber CZ model futhi-ke esasine-double action esasisemi-automatic esasine-serial number eyayisusiwe and engasimanga ukuthi 34369/15 and lapha kokune naloku kubizwa i-trigger guard kusho ukuthi khona-ke bekwe la kudonswa khona kulento edonswayo ukuthi sidukule isibhamu and futhi-ke ine-arm magazine eyodwa and kunebhokisi-ke elalinokuthisi.
My lord, before you adjourn for lunch, Lieutenant Colonel, this firearm which was entered as Exhibit 2 before court, is it with you today?
It's not with me today.
You did not bring it?
No.
Ngawusilethanga-ke lesi sibhamu lesi salethwa njengezinye zeyikhombiso zala enkantolo, cha ngizanga naso.
My lord, with the leave of the court, can I request that we take a long adjournment for lunch? Thank you.
What's the time?
1302.
Yes, Mr. Newman?
Thank you, my lord. Firstly, there's a concern, my lord, of the aircon that it is cold now. Some of the
Want them to switch it off.
yes.
Where's the court order?
Over there. Over there.
Yes, I'll proceed in the meantime.
Okay, fine.
Yes, thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, the exhibit, that is exhibit 2, is it before court now?
The firearm,
Yes.
that's correct.
Is that the exhibit, is that exhibit 2 that warrant officer Nurovs did test?
That's correct.
Isona isikhombisa sesibili lesisashela warrant officer yebo.
Is that the exhibit that you received on Monday, the 20th of July, 2020?
So
At Cleveland.
thola ngomsombuluko July 20.
That's correct.
That is kunjalo.
At Cleveland Police Station. Warrant officer, can you give the description of that firearm? Describe it.
Sichazele kabanzi ngalesi sibhamu lesi ukuthi sinjani.
Description of it.
Yes.
That's, as I wrote it here, it's a 9mm parabellum CZ model 75.
Sinjengoba ngisichazile la ukuthi 9 parabellum CZ 45.
The words, Lieutenant Colonel, the 9mm parabellum caliber CZ model 75. Where did you get those words?
Lo magama wathola.
Where did I get the word?
Yes. You know, you said you received a 9mm parabellum CZ 75. So where did you get those words? That it was a CZ 75.
9mm CZ
CZ 75.
parabellum CZ 75. Wathola la magama la.
It's the name of the firearm and the model of it.
Igama lesibhamu.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that you told this court that the serial number of the firearm was obliterated, meaning it was filed off?
Iqinisele ukuthi wathola inombolo yesibhamu isusiwe kusho ukuthi bayifile.
That's correct one.
Yebo kunjani?
On the slide of the exhibit, that is exhibit 2 of the record, is the description of that exhibit engraved? Do you understand the question?
On the slide.
On the slide of the firearm, on the barrel, is the description of the firearm, the 9mm parabellum model CZ75, engraved on the barrel of the firearm?
Kusho ukuthi ibhaliwe yini igama lesibhamu lapha embhobheni walesi sibhamu?
You see, is this model, name and model, or the serial number?
The name and model,
Is it written on the slide?
yes.
Kusho igama nebhodi lesibhamu ukuthi ibhaliwe yini?
Normally it's written on the slide. CZ
Yes.
model 75 years.
Okay, can you read for the record the name and the model of the firearm that appears on the slide of the
Sesifundeleke
firearm?
imodel nena yaleso sibhamu lo ibhaliwe lapha.
safe, my lord. Not worried.
Hayi sikhuselekile ngoba asinazo indlala.
It's written on the slide, CZ75.
Ibhaliwe lapha eceleni kwesibhamu ukuthi CZ75.
It's written, yes, ma'am.
CZ75.
That's correct.
Are those the only words that are appearing there?
You want to kuphela amagama avela lapha?
Must I read everything that's written on the slide?
Yes, please.
Cela sifundele konke okulapha esibhamini.
It says CZ75 Cal Lua.
Ibhaliwe ukuthi CZ75 Kalua.
That's all that's written on the slide.
Yibona kuphela ubhalwe lapha kuslide.
Can I also have a look? Can I also have a look at the exhibit? I also see, Lieutenant Colonel, that there are words engraved that it is made in Czech Republic.
Ngiyabona kubhaliwe futhi ukuthi lesi sibhamu sakhiwa ezweni lase-Czechoslovakia.
My lord, it's made in Czech Republic, and it's the CZ stands for Seska Zebriovka.
I say lesi sibhamu senziwa e-Czech Republic and lapha ukuthi lo CZ umele Seska Zebriovka.
And made in Czech Republic is written on the frame, not on the slide.
Athi ke made in Czech Republic usho sakwa e-Czech Republic ukuframe awukho esibhami ku slide.
On Exhibit 1 of the record, which is the copy of the SAP 13 register, which was completed by Warrant Officer Masondo, on the 10th of February 2015, he documented the following at 3.1. 1 times 9mm black pistol, Czech Republic, CZ75 Carl Luger. That is on the copy of the SAP 13 register.
Lapha kwesayiphethe ubhalo ukuthi ubhale uMasondo lapha ichaza lesi sibhamu uthi i9mm yodwa emnyama isibhamu sase isibhalo ukuthi Church Republic CZ75 Carl Luger
Serial number filed off.
uthi yasho ukuthi isusiwe serial number.
So the question is, the firearm that you received, Lieutenant Colonel, on the 20th of July 2020, is it the same firearm that Warrant Officer Masondo entered in the SAP 13 register as per Exhibit 1 of the record?
And isibhamu wasithola yena yiso yini lesi sibhamu uMasondo akhuluma ngaso la.
It's the same pistol, my lord.
Yes, boy, yisona lesi sibhamu.
Lieutenant Colonel, I want us to go now to, or before that, it is a 9mm, does it eject cartridges? Empty cartridges.
Iyachitha yena amagobolondo lesi sibhamu i9mm ngithi.
That's correct, my lord. It's a pistol. For every shot you fire, you eject the fired cartridge case and load another one into the chamber. That's why
Yeah,
it's called
boy.
a semi-automatic.
Yebo ilolu hlobo lesibhamu olwachitha amagobolondo ezinhlamvu uma edubula ukuze ikwazi ukufaka inhlamvu.
To which side does it eject empty cartridges?
Ili nendlela amagobolondo wachithela kuliphi uhlangothi
It ejects to the right hand side.
kusho ukuthi ikhiphela ohlangothini lwangakwesokudla.
It is your evidence, Lieutenant Colonel, that at the scene you could not find any empty cartridges. Is that correct?
Uthe wena uzange uthole amagobolondo lapha endaweni yesigameko kanjalo.
That's correct, my lord. Cartridge cases were not found at the scene.
Yebo awuzange kutholakala ama-cartridge lapha endaweni yesigameko.
One of the scenarios, or two of the scenarios that you gave, Lieutenant Colonel, is that it could be that when the shot was fired, as there was a struggle over the firearm, so it could not eject cartridges, so the empty cartridge would be launched in the chamber of the firearm. Is that correct?
Uthe wena uma uchaza ukuthi yini indaba ingatholakala nge-cartridge wathena ngoba-ke kwakukhona umbango lapho kubangwa isibhamu ngenzeka ukuthi-ke kulowo mbango lowo igobolondo ayitholanga ithuba lokuthi liphume lisale la ngaphakathi esibhameni.
That's correct, my lord. When a shot is fired, as I have explained, every single shot fired, the slide moves back to eject the fired cartridges. So for every shot, there will be this movement. So in the instance where a shot is fired, someone is holding the firearm, it disturbs the cycling of this. So the fired cartridges will not be ejected, will stuck inside the chamber of the firearm.
Uma kudutshulwayo ngesibhamu kukhona le ndawo le yesibhamu le islider lesingaphezulu iyahamba iye ngemumva ukuze ikwazi ukuchitha igobolondo lapha. Manje uma kukhona osibambile isibhamu wenza ukuthi-ke singasakwazi ukuhamba le slider esilanga phezulu okwenza ukuthi igobolondo lingakwazi ukuthi lichitheke.
The second scenario that you gave is that the empty cartridges will be tagged in the clothing of the persons who are nearby the scene when the shots are fired.
Okunye uthe kungenzeka ukuthi la magobolondo athathwe laba bekhona eduze kwendawo yesigameko ngesikhathi ke isibhamu sidubula.
That's also a possibility, my lord.
Okunye kungenzeka lokho.
You also testified, Lieutenant Colonel, that from the physical evidence at the crime scene, the first shot was the one that was fired 90 degrees to the floor.
Uthena ke ukuqala lesi sibhamu sidubule sibheke phansi.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi yebo kunjani.
Is it correct that based on what you have been saying, that when that shot is fired, the 9mm pistol, that is the exhibit, it will eject cartridges and the possibility of cartridges falling onto the floor cannot be ruled out? Do you confirm that?
Uthi ke uma ngesikhathi ke idubula sibheke phansi kungenza ukuthi ke ama cartridge ahlanzeka mhlambe lingenawe laphansi angeke ukwazi ukuphika lokho.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani.
So the possibility of the scene being contaminated, can you rule it out in the sense that somebody may interfere with the scene and take that empty cartridge which is on the floor in the kitchen?
Ukuthi khona kungenzeka ukuthi khona owafika ke wafika wathatha leli gobonelo elalichithekile lapho enzela ukuthi ke manje enza ukuthi le ndawo le ekwenzeka khona isigameko ingabe sakhuseleke.
I cannot rule out that possibility, my lord.
Angeke ngilethi isiqiniseko sokuthi lokho angeke kwenzeke.
What is a high velocity firearm, Lieutenant Colonel?
Isibhamu esinesibinini esikhulu esinjani.
High velocity.
Yes.
Mostly regard the rifles as high velocity. Because you're
Ngithatha
looking at the speed of your bullets.
ukuthi ke lezi bhamu ezinkulu ekubizwa ngesingisi phecelezi i-rifle isona isibhamu esinesibinini esikhulu ngoba kukhulunywa ngesivinini senhlamvu ephuma kuleso sibhamu.
But with a pistol like this, the velocity will be between 350 and 380 meters per second.
Manje lezi bhamu ezincane zona isivinini sazo zingaba 350 kufika ku-380 meters per second.
And comparing to the rifles will be around 700 to 900 meters, or more than 900 meters per second.
So lezi ke inkulu ibhamu ekuthiwa ama-rifle zingaba sinesibini sika-700 kuyofika ngehla ka-900 meters per second.
I referred you to the training that you received from the Forensic Science Laboratory. Part of the training that you receive is the wounding effect that the bullet has on the tissue, the effect that the bullet has on the target, and the effect that the target has on the bullet.
Okunye nafundiswa kona ukuthi kwenzekani ke uma inhlamvu ke ifika ingena la ingena khona noma kwenzekani ke inhlamvini uma ifika ingena endaweni ethize.
That's correct, my lord. That's part of terminal ballistics.
Yebo okunye kwalezi zinto esizifundayo.
Part of my cross-examination, Lieutenant Colonel, I will ask you to be of assistance. The first question that I want to canvass from you is, how does the bullet hitting the door affect the door's integrity? When the bullet hit the door, how does it affect the integrity of the door?
Ma inhlamvu ishaya umnyango ushiya unjani?
How does it affect the integrity of the door?
Yes.
I don't understand the question.
With regards to the damage, will be damage
on
of the door? Yes.
Are we referring to a direct shot to the door?
Okay.
I need clarity there so that I can explain.
When the
When you
bullet,
say the bullet hitting the door, I will say when shooting direct to the door.
yes.
If the door is closed, you are hitting a door at an angle of around 90 degrees. There's a possibility that your bullet will exit at the side. It's most likely your bullet will exit.
Uma uthi ke uqondene ngone nomnyango uyadubula emnyango kungenzeka ke oqala ukuthi inhlamvu ingadlula kulowo mnyango idlulele ngale ngaphesheya komnyango.
Right. In instances where you are shooting at the door at an angle, there's a possibility that your bullet will deflect. It won't exit on the outside. It will deflect to a different angle.
Uma kuwukuthi ke umuntu ubula leya mnyango anubhekene ngqo nomnyango futhi ke kwi-engeli umuntu ubulale kungenzeka ukuthi inhlamvu lena ifika ishaye idlule emnyango ingadluleli ngaphakathi kodwa kube sengathi iyaphebezeka ibuyela ngemuva.
So in this case, you told this court that the shot was fired at an angle. Is that the physical evidence that you have, that the shot was fired at an angle?
Manje ke ubona kufanele zokuletha la ukuthi inhlamvu lena yangena ngeengele ngalela langa idutshula emnyango.
One of the bullet perforated the deceased body and then it hit the door at an angle. It was not at the 90 degrees, but it was at an angle. That's why it deflected towards the back of the door.
Inhlamvu yangena emzimbeni yaphinde yadlula emzimbeni kamufi yaseke ishaya lapha emnyango kodwa ke yaphelekezeka yadlula phambili.
From where the deceased was standing, you said the door was slightly open. So how far was the deceased standing from the door? Behind the door, were you able to measure that?
My lord, as I said, it is the deceased on the chest. He exited at the back in a downward trajectory. Now, if the deceased back was against the door, then I would expect the exit would end damage on the door be more or less on the same measurement. But if you look at the measurement, there's a difference of about 6 centimeters.
Ushuthi ke indlela yangena ngayo inhlamvu umufi yangena kwaba sengathi iyaphansi kodwa wayeme state okuzobonakala ngathi inhlamvu iqondene ngqo nala yashaya khona emnyango kodwa uma sibheka siyabona ukuthi khona umehluko ke uka 6 centimeters.
Now that's 6 centimeters. What will happen is it creates a space between the door and the deceased. So there will be a distance of more or less a meter or so, where your bullet has to travel downward for 6 centimeters before it hits the door.
Shuthi inhlamvu lena imisuka lapha umufi kuyabonakala ukuthi ngathi yehlela ngenzalo ukuthi ngakwa nebanga lemitha phakathi kukamufi nomnyango ukuthi inhlamvu ke lapho ngalesikhathi yayinokwehla ingakayosha emnyango.
You said the velocity of that, the speed at which the bullet travels once it exits the barrel of the firearm. What is the speed of that firearm?
So I can't hear the
The
question.
speed. What is the speed of that firearm? Of the bullet once it exits the barrel of the firearm? What is the speed that it travels?
Sicela usitshenge isivinini senhlamvu uma seke sephumile embobheni wesibhamu.
My lord, the muzzle velocity of 9 millimeter is between 350 and 380 meters per second.
Shuthi isivinini sakhona singaba 350 kuyofika 380 wamamitha ngomzuzwana or
The damage that you found at the door on the 27th of October 2014, you also said that you took photos. Amongst the photos that were shown to you is photo 12 of exhibit X13A. How would you describe that damage at the door?
manje ake sikhulume ngomonakalo owenze ngokuthi ngomhla 27 enyangeni ka-October 2014 hayi esathi ithonga. Sicela usichazele ngoba khona lo sibone lapha ethombeni awusichazele ukuthi kwakuyini lo monakalo owenzeke lapha kule mnyango.
My lord, the damage is of an unstable bullet at an angle.
Bonakala sengathi lo monakalo wenziwe inhlamvu ebingahambi iqonde ngqo kodwa ke esithi ngesingisi unstable ukuthi ayihamba nge-angle.
But when a shot is fired, the bullet leaves the barrel. It's in a spinning motion. When it comes out, it's in a spinning motion. But once it hits a target, or it hits an object, it stops spinning, it starts tumbling. So when you say the bullet was unstable, it means it could have been moving this way or it could have been moving this way. So when it hits the door, it was probably in its side or anyway, but it was not directly the nose.
So ke manje ke uma inhlamvu iphuma esibhamini eyenza lokho ekuthiwa ngesingisi iyaspina kodwa ke uma isishaye la ishaya khona ayisaspini ke isiyaguquguquka le nhlamvu le kusho ukuthi ke isingabe ibheka la ivela khona iphinde ibheke la iyakhona kanjalo kanjalo.
On your observation on the 27th of October 2014, did you observe a hole at the door?
Ngomhla 27 October 2014 wayibona yini imbobo emnyango?
Yes, Malata, we took pictures of the damage on the door.
Yebo ngayibona futhi ngaze ngathatha isithombe somonakalo owenzeka lapho emnyango.
Can we go to photo 12 of exhibit X13A? I'll also request that the photo, that is photo 12 of exhibit X13A be beamed. That one is photo 19 of Colonel Mhlanga. I was referring to this one. That's what one. From that photo, that is photo 12 of exhibit X13A, where did you see the hole, Lieutenant Colonel?
Lembo wayibona phi ke kulesi sithombe esilapha kulesi sikhombe sisila phambi kwethu?
The bullet hole.
Yes, the bullet hole.
There's your bullet hole.
Nansi inhlamvu lapho. Imbobo yenhlamvu.
What is it that is shown on, as I'm standing here, is on the left? On the left.
This one.
No, as I'm standing here, it's on the left.
On the left. Yes. Or this.
Yes, yes. Not that one. You refer to.
Are we referring to this?
Not the whole thing. Just opposite the damage which you refer to as the hole that you,
The hole is here. And are we referring to this? Or?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
My lord, what transpired there is the bullet hit the door and angle. So it did not go through because it's an angle. It deflects. It's like it's bouncing on the wall and deviating. So there is where it exited, pushing part of the wood, the splinters, these ones, pushing them from inside, outside. That's why now they are coming out too. So it got between these splinters there, and it deflected from there and pushed them from inside outside.
La kubonakala lapha yila kubonakala khona la inhlamvu efike yaphusha lama splinters iphuma ngaphakathi iphumela ngaphandle.
On the 26th of October 2014, Constable Musia visited the crime scene and he gave the description of points in his photo album which was handed in as Exhibit C of the record. He described point A2 as a bullet hole. Point A2 as a bullet hole. My colleague are going to assist you tonight.
Is it the same as?
Yes.
La khona la omunye ukholibhoko wachaza lapha point A2 wathi lo A2 yila kwangena khona inhlamvu.
Which is on Exhibit C of the record.
Khona
Which is the
lapha
description of
ku-Exhibit
points.
C.
You don't have Exhibit C.
No, I don't have Exhibit C. Which photo?
It is photo 8.
Yes, I have photo 8.
Yes. In the description of photos, it described that damage at point A2 as a bullet hole. So it is the same photo depicting photo 12 of your photo album.
Lapha ku photo ekhombisa ukuthi ila actual khona inhlamvu. Kanti into eyodwa yini nale kulesi sithombe u12.
That's correct, man. That's the same.
Athi yebo umonakalo owodwa umonakalo ofanayo.
On the 27th of October 2014, you told this court that you were called by Captain Bentley to attend the crime scene. Do you confirm that?
Umhla 27 October 2014 wabizwa Captain Bentley ukuthi uze lapha ku-crime scene akunjani?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
On exhibit LL1, which is an affidavit of Captain Bentley, he says the following. In his affidavit, a decision was taken during the briefing that to investigate the scene as if no investigation was done. During the first walk through of the scene, Captain Masombuga indicated the place on the kitchen floor where a bullet point was discovered and collected by Constable Musia. He further indicated to me a bullet hole on the inside of the kitchen door. When we were there at the scene, Lieutenant Colonel, were you shown by Captain Bankley this bullet hole which was on the door?
Umukhona lapho Captain Bentley wakukhombisa yini le bullet hole?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani?
On the 17th of August 2023, when Constable Musia was cross-examined by my colleague, Mr. Ramsepele, he says the following at page 29 of the record of the 17th of August 2023.
Uthi-ke ebuzwa-ke
Mr.
omunye
Ramsepele,
wamalama-lawyer engisebenzisana nawo uCaptain Musia ngomhla 17 August 2023 waphendula wathi
at line 13,
ngo-913
Musia says the following, and I quote,
nakho kushiwa umsile
at page 29. And I quote, I check on the floor where I noticed the bullet hole.
njengabheka laphansi ngabona khona qaphela ukuthi kukhona imbobo la eshaye khona inhlamba.
I also checked the door as well, and I realized that the bullet did not exit the door, and I thought to myself, perhaps it had fallen between the layers of the door, but I did not find that bullet.
Ngase, can you please read it bit by bit so that I can get everything?
Okay, thank you. I also checked the door as well as,
Ngase-ke ngihlola nomnyango
and I realized that the bullet did not exit the door, and I thought,
ngase ngibona ukuthi inhlamvu lena ayizange iphume emnyango.
and I thought to myself, perhaps it had fallen between the layers.
Ngase ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe ingabe iwele phakathi
Of the door, but I did not find that bullet.
ngibona ukuthi ingabe iwele ngaphakathi komnyango kodwa ngoba angizange ngiyithole leyo ntambo.
He further says the following
Qhubekela phambili uthi
at page 30 of the record of the 17th of August 2023. At line 20,
ukhuluma lapha ku-line 20
the question was posed to Constable Musia, and I quote, now on that point that you raised, that you looked at the hole, and you correct me if I'm wrong. At line 20,
line
line 20, just towards the end of the page.
uthi-ke lana ubaba Msipili sikulelo phuzu lelo oluvezile uthi wabheka imbobo le yentambo and wena-ke ungangitshela uma ukuthi ngenze iphutha la wavele wacabanga ukuthi inhlamvu lena iyadlula and yase khona ungazwakalanga kahle yase-ke yelona yamakhanele alomnyango akunjalo.
Yes, just to complete that for the record so that it can be recorded. You assume perhaps that the bullet went through and fell through it's indistinct, of the panels of the door, correct? Then the answer by Mr. Musia, that is correct. So, those quotation.
So uthi-ke lana mhlawumbe-ke intambu lena yadlula yadlula kumaphaneli omnyango angunjalo basethi yebo kunjalo.
So the question that I'm posing to you, Lieutenant Colonel, is that when you observe that damage, which you refer to as a hole, was there any indication that the bullet went through and it could have fallen between the panels of the door, from your observation?
Manje ubhekeni kwakho wabona yini ukuthi njengoba inhlamvu le yafika yashaya lapha emnyango ukuthi kungenzeka yini ukuthi iwele ngaphakathi kwamaphaneli omnyango?
No, my lord, it deflected on the door and then continued to travel.
No, cha iyaphebezeka lapha emnyango yaqhubekela phambili.
You also told the court, Lieutenant Colonel, that you don't know this witness or this police officer.
Utshele inkantolo ukuthi awulazi leli phoyisa
Motswedi,
umtsweli. Umtsweli. Sorry.
is that what you told this court?
No, I don't know him.
Cha angimazi lo mtsweli.
His affidavit was read into the record and it was handed in and admitted as Exhibit L2 of the record.
Affidavit yakhe yafundwa lapha phambi kwenkantolo yamukela.
I'm not going to repeat what he says, but the crux of my question is that he says that on the 27th of October 2014 at about 9, he arrived at the scene where a ballistic expert, Captain Mangena, and the photographer, Warrant Officer Mhlatlo, who took scene photos. Captain Mangena took exhibit of spent cartridge that was found on the door frame, close quotation.
Uthi-ke lapho-ke uthi-ke lapho ka-affidavit yakhe lapha endaweni yesigame kwathola kukhona u-ballistic expert bamangena nalo wayethatha ithombe umhlahlo. Uthi kumebhala lapha ku-affidavit yakhe uthi bamangena wathatha amagobolondo ezibhamu lapha endaweni yesigameko.
You said you don't know this warrant. He's a warrant officer, or he was a warrant officer in the African Police Service.
Uthi awumazi lo warrant officer.
My lord, I don't know this person. By 9 o'clock, I was not at the scene. I only received the call around 10, and I arrived at the scene after 11.
Hayi angimazi lo muntu ngoba mina ngathola i-call ngo-10 ngo-9 o'clock ngangingekho nokuba khona lapho endaweni. Mina ngaze ngafika sengibizwe ngo-10, ngafika ngekhathi zo-11.
And as I've mentioned earlier, that when we process the crime scene, we don't allow people or any police officers into the scene. It will be only myself and my team and Captain Bentley or Warrant Officer Mutlato and their team. No other members will be allowed in the scene.
Ngichazile-ke asivumeli amanye amaphoyisa ukuthi angene endaweni yesigameko. Kungena thina kuphela no-Captain Bentley nethimba lakhe nami nethimba lami.
On the 28th of October 2014, how did you learn about the post-mortem examination which was going to be conducted on the body of the deceased?
Ngomhla ka-8 ku-October waze kanjani ukuthi kuzoba nokuhlolwa komzimba kamufi?
How did I learn about it?
Yes,
Post-mortem.
about the post-mortem, yes.
That it will be on the next day.
28th, yes.
No, we were informed at the crime scene that the post-mortem will be conducted the next day.
Sawatshela sikhona lapha endaweni yesigameko ukuthi i-postmortem izokwenziwa ngelanga elilandelayo.
Because normally if we attend the crime scene and there's somebody who died on the scene or deceased at the scene and the post-mortem must be conducted, we will tell them to inform us so that we can attend the post-mortem.
Uma sikhona lapha endaweni yesigameko khona umuntu oshonile lapho kuyaye basitshele ukuthi kuzoba ne-postmortem ukuze sikwazi ukuthi uma sinethuba sikwazi ukuya lapho.
Who were the members who attended the post-mortem on the 28th of October 2014?
Mhla 28 wangaki-ke ama-members akho a-attenda i-postmortem.
I attended with my two old colleagues and then Warrant Officer Mutlato attended with the crime scene management members. I can't recall who was there also.
U-Warrant Officer Mhlahlo nami nalabo engisenza nabababili saya khona lapha abangisakhumbula.
Did you meet the doctor on the 28th of October 2014?
Nahlangana nododa ngomhla 28 October 2014.
That's correct, my lord. When the
Yeah,
doctor
Munja.
came, I was there with him, and then when he conducted the post-mortem, I was also standing there with him.
Ngangikhona befika udokotela futhi nanoma yenza umsebenzi wakho ukuhlola isidumbu ngangikhona la.
Did you introduce yourselves to the doctor? on the
Nazithula
28th?
kudokotela.
Yes, we did, my lord.
Yebo sazethula.
Was that at the examination room or outside before you entered the room where the post-mortem was conducted?
Nani ngaphakathi endaweni lena ukuhlola khona isidumbu noma nani sengaphandle.
I cannot recall whether we were outside or we were inside before the post-mortem.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi kwelokwenzeka singaphakathi noma sasingaphandle.
I'm laboring on this, Lieutenant Colonel, because of the information that appears on the post-mortem report, at page 6 of the post-mortem report by Dr. Steenkamp.
Ngisho lo ngoba ngenxa lokubhalwe lapha ku-postmortem bhalwe uDr. Steenkamp.
He says the following under additional observation at page 6 of the post-mortem report. 1. The autopsy was attended by the investigating officer, Warrant Officer A.S. Motwedi from the Provincial Investigation Unit.
Uthi-ke owayekhona lapho u-Warrant Officer Mutweni, Warrant Officer A.S. Mutweni.
Warrant Officer T.T. Mhlahlo from the Provincial Task Team.
Uthi-ke nomhlahlo we-Provincial Task Team.
Captain Mangena from the Ballistics.
Wayekhona no-Captain Mangena wese-Ballistics.
Lieutenant Mahati from the Ballistics.
No-Lieutenant Makhathi wase-Ballistics.
And Warrant Officer Ntini from the Ballistics.
Nominye ku-Warrant Officer wase-Ballistics.
So the two colleagues that you referred to that were with you when the postmortem was conducted on the 28th of October 2014, it was Lieutenant Mohati and Warrant Officer Ntini. Those
That's
were your
correct.
colleagues.
Athi bayekhona lapho Warrant Officer akhuluma ngabo.
There was also Warrant Officer Mhlahlo. from the
That-
provincial task team
That's correct.
and
Can you
yourself.
That's correct.
Can you please repeat that question?
There was also Warrant Officer Mhlahlo and yourself.
Warrant Officer Mhlahlo naye wayekhona nawe wathi yebo.
The name of Warrant Officer Motwedi is coming back again.
Nanti igama lika Warrant Officer Mtwedi livela futhi.
You still say you don't know him, Lieutenant
So
Colonel.
phikelela ngokuthi awumazi.
I can't recall him. I don't know him. Maybe I know him when I see him, but I don't know the surname.
Cha mhlambe ngiyamazi nje ebusweni kodwa ngimkhumbuli.
On the 28th of October 2014, when the postmortem was conducted, were there any exhibits that were handed over to you after the postmortem for further examination?
Kwakhona yini iziboniso ezanikwa wena ngalo mhla 28 ku-October 2014 ukuthi uyoqhubeka uyosihlola?
My lord, the deceased sustained one gunshot wound, the perforating gunshot wound, where it enters at the front, exit at the back. So there was no any other exhibit found on the body.
Hayi sikho esinye isikhombisa esatholakala lapha emzimbeni wakhe ngoba inhlamvu lena yangena yambhoboza ese iyadlula emzimbeni wakhe.
Were there any specimen that were taken on the deceased?
Khona yini ama-specimen atholakala emzimbeni kamufi?
I'm not sure, my lord, possibly so, maybe blood samples or something, but I do not collect those things and I don't work with those things, so I had no interest on those ones.
Hayi cha angazi mhlawumbe kwathathwa igazi kodwa akangisebenzi ngaloko so angeke ngazi ukuthi kwathathwa ini enjengaleyo.
Yes, for the record, I'll refer to this paragraph by the doctor with regards to specimen which was retained. The doctor says type of specimen, blood and swab from the fingernails, examination DNA.
Kuthiwa ke lapho kwathathwa ke okwawula ngaphansi kwezinzipho zakhe ukuze kuyohlolwa i-DNA ulibo futhi.
The seal numbers or the seal number was 13D2A C4519, an evidence bag serial number PA 400 181121. It was handed to SFOE Mokwena. You don't know about this?
No, I don't know.
Le sample leyo yafakwe ku-evidence bag yanikwa uMkwena kuthiwa amazi yena athi angimazi.
In your evidence in chief, Lieutenant Colonel, on the 30th of August 2023, you told this court that you visited the accused persons, that is Mr. Sibiya, Ntanzi, Ngube, Mapisa, and Duli, at various detention centers. Do you confirm that?
Uthe wena mhla 30 August 2023 wavakashela abasola ukuthi uSibiya uNtanzi noNtuli. Uyavuma lokho?
That's correct, my lord. It was on different dates.
Yebo kodwa ngosuku kongelona lolu suku okungolunye usuku.
You testified that these persons were persons of interest in this case.
Zile ukuthi abantu ke abantu abenifisa ukuthi nikhulume nabo ngalolu daba.
That's correct, my lord. I was informed by Brigadier that these are the persons of interest.
Yebo angitshelile ukuthi bona sasibabhekile ubrigadier.
By the persons of interest, what does that mean?
Manje uma usebenzisa igama elithi persons of interest noma abantu esibabhekile uchaza ukuthini lokho?
My person of interest might be the people that he's looking at as possible people who can be the suspects in the case.
Abantu ecatshangela ukuthi mhlawumbe bangaba abasolwa kulolu daba.
Amongst the visit that you did was on the 30th of June 2020, where you visited Mr. Mncube. Do you confirm that?
Wavakashela babamncube mhla ka 20 kuJune 2020.
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
You also told this court that at the time of the visits, you were taking notes.
Wathi ke wena ngesikhathi ke uyovakasha ngaleyo ndlela wawuthatha ke amanothi awubhala.
No, my lord, I was not taking notes, I was taking measurements.
Cha ngangikala nje ngangabhali amanothi.
So there were no notes that you made after taking measurements.
So kona ukala nje akho amanothi wabhala.
No.
Cha
So you did not write anywhere, maybe in your diary, about the
wasangubhale
visits.
ndawo mhlambe nakudayari yakho.
I took measurements, I only wrote the measurements of the height, shoulder height, elbow height, and the length.
Ngabhala nje ukuthi mude kangakanani ehlombe kwezinye indawo engahlola kuzona kuphela.
Where were you documenting your findings?
Manje lokho wakuthola ke lapho wawubhala.
Which findings?
The measurements.
I only took the measurements and I wrote them on I had a notebook that I was writing.
Ngangine notebook la engangibhala khona ukuthi lento engiyikalile ingakanani.
You did not make a statement, an affidavit.
Awuzange ubhale affidavit?
No, man.
Cha ngizange ngibhale.
On the 30th of August 2023, Lieutenant Colonel, that is your evidence, at page 54 of the record. It says the following, and I quote, at page 54 of the proceedings of the 30th of August 2023.
Page?
54, 54.
Yep.
He says the following: the scars I see on the legs will be from his childhood, and from there, my lord, I did not tell him what I was looking for, but from what he told me, I realized that this might be the person. It's indistinct because how did he know that I was looking for scars on him?
Please help us with the lines that you are reading.
From line 1 to 5.
We are on page 54, but we
It's not the same as that one.
it doesn't seem to be having any of what you're reading.
Page 54 of the proceedings of the 30th of August 2023. It is the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. At the top, the first paragraph at the top, it's line 1.
Can I please approach so you can help me, madam?
Screen.
Our page 54, the first paragraph starts there with the sentence, then the elbow. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Can you please start reading again?
I'll start reading from where it says, the scars I see on the legs will be from his childhood. And from there, my lord, I did not tell him that what I was looking for. But from what he told me, I realized that this might be the person. It's indistinct because of how did he know that I was looking for scars on him.
No, it's a different one. They are not the same.
What I'm reading is one and the same thing.
Yeah, but the ones that we
on
have.
that, I think we must rely on the one that is there because it is one and the same thing.
Manje lesifazana ngibone enyaweni zivela ebuncaneni bakhe and ukusuka lapho kosenkantolo angizange ngimtshele ukuthi ngangifunani kodwa-ke kuloko angitshela kona ngabona ukuthi kusho ukuthi ngabe kuyena lo muntu akusazwakali kahle-ke lapho ngoba wakwazi kanjani ukuthi ngifuka lesibazi lezi kuyena.
So it is what he told you, that the scars I see on his leg would be from his childhood. It is what
Kusho ukuthi kona impilo kakutshela kona ukuthi lezi bazi lezi sivela ebuncaneni bakhe.
That's what he told me, that if you see a scars on my leg, it will be from my childhood.
Yilo angitshela kona
I
ukuthi
didn't
ungabona
see the
ibazi
scars.
ey'nyaweni zami zizobe zivela ebuncaneni bakhe. Ngizange ngizibone lezo bazi.
did you also document this on your notebook?
Wakubhala
What he told you.
nalokho book yakho.
No, I didn't document that.
No, angizange ngikufake lokho.
How do you recall this, that he told you this?
Ukhumbula kanjani ukuthi wakutshela lokho?
That's what he said when I was there.
No,
So I heard
no.
him saying that.
Ngangikhona ngamuzwa ukusho lokho.
I mean, from the date of the visit on the 6th of June 2020 up to the date when you testified on the 30th of August 2023, some 3 years later, you still recall what he told you?
That's correct.
Kusukela ngalesi sikhathi ekutshela kuyofika ngesikhathi uzoletha ubufakazi emva kweminyaka emithathu awusakhumbuli wathi yebo.
From the date of the incident on the 26th of October 2014, you still expected to see the injuries on the legs.
Kusukela ngomhla 26 October 2014 kangukuthi usengazibona ibazi nokulimala alimala kona emzimbeni wakhe.
My lord, I was not looking for the injuries, I was looking for scars.
Ngangifuna ibazi, ngangafuni ngangacabanga ukuthi ngizobona ukulimala.
You still expected to see them, to see the scars. Some
Wena usabheka ukuthi
6 years
sengazibona
later.
lezi bazi.
The scars will remain there, yes.
Yebo ibazi zizohlala zikhona, yeah.
In respect of my client, you said you visited him at Louis Cop Correctional Services.
Uthi ke iklanti yami ngivashele lo kop.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjani?
I'm instructed by Mapisa, Mr. Mapisa, that it is correct that you did visit him on the 6th of July 2020 at Louis Cop Prison.
Tumapisa wamvashela ejele laselo kop.
You said you did the same process, or you embark on the same process as you did with the rest.
Ushuwenza indlela owenza ngayo kulabo abanye.
The same process that I did with accused number 3.
Yebo ngenza lokho engakwenza ngumsolo wesithathu.
He agrees that you did take his height, his shoulder, and his elbow, and you asked him to take his shoes and socks. That was on the 6th of July 2020, and you did not find anything.
Uyavuma ukuthi wafika wamkala ubude bakhe nehlombe lakhe nendololwane yakhe. Uyavuma futhi nokuthi wamkhumulisa izicathulo nemasokisi.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo unjani?
He instructs me that, and I must put it to you, that he was not at the crime scene on the 26th of October 2014. That is the crime scene at house number 13511, Kutwanong Street. At the times that it is said the incident occurred.
Uthi yena mhla 26 October 2014 wayengekho eduzane noma endaweni lena yesigameko number 13511 eKupanong Street.
I cannot comment on that.
Angeke ngiphawule lo.
He further instructs me that he is not a person of interest, or he was not a person of interest, and he has never been a person of interest in this case.
Uthi yena wangiyena umuntu owayengabheka akaze abe umuntu owayengabheka futhi angeke abe umuntu ongabheka kuleli cala.
My lord, I was not the investigating officer and he was not a person of interest to me. Probably to the investigating officer, but not to me.
Cha umuntu owayengaba mhlambe ke ethanda ukuthi angambheka owayephenye icala umseshi. Hayi mina angenalutho naye.
He further instructs me that the fact that you did not find any injuries or scars on his leg support his sentiment.
Uthi ke futhi ukuthi awuzange uthole izibazi kuyena nokulimala kuyena enyaweni kuyagcizelela lokhu ukuthi akuyena.
What is your comment?
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Angeke ngiphawule ngalokho.
He has placed this on record not more than once. He instructs me that he knows accused number 1, Mr. Spear.
As what?
He knows Mr. Spear before court.
Thank you. Uthi ushilo ukuthi uyamazi ubaba uSibiya lo phambi kwenkantolo.
No comment, my lord.
Ka akukho engakhami Paula alo.
My lord, may I take one instruction from my
Yes, sir.
client, Mr. Mapisa?
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord, for the court's indulgence. My lord, just 1 minute. May I approach my colleague, Advocate Mshoda? Thank you. He further instructs me that he did not know Mr. Ndanzi before court. He first met Mr. Ndanzi when they made their first appearance at Boksburg Magistrates Court.
Yaqhubeka ukuthi yena akamazi bamntanzi waqala umazi uma beyovela enkantolo yaseboxburg inkantolo yemantshi
On the 27th of October 2020.
ngomhla 27 October 2020
2020.
ngo-2020
No comment.
hayi akukho engaphawula ngalokho.
He instructs me that before the 26th of October 2014, he knew Mr. Mngube before court.
Uthi
He was his
wayoma-
friend. He was his friend.
uthi-ke ingakabi fike lolu suku mhla 26 October 2014 wayemazi uMncube lo khona la enkantolo ngoba wayemngani wakhe.
I can't comment on that, my lord.
Angeke ngiphawule lutho ngalokho.
Lastly, he instructs me that before the 26th of October 2014, he knew Mr. Ntuli. Mr. Ntuli was his acquaintance.
Uthi-ke wayemazi noMntuli ngaphambi ngomhla 26 October 2014 kwakuwumuntu amazi.
I can't comment on that, my lord.
Angeke ngibe nengingaphawula ngalokho.
My lord, I request that we take an adjournment until tomorrow overnight.
What's the time, sorry?
Thank you.
3:19.
19 minutes past 3.
Sorry. Is that okay? Other councils? Indeed, so it's in order.
It is indeed, sir.
Are you available? Colonel?
I'm available, my lord.
Okay, then you're adjourned 10 o'clock tomorrow.